After ending the call with Xia Xiu, Jiang Chen closed his laptop, leaned back into the chair and began to think with his eyes closed. Based on the news from Zhang Yapin, through arrangements with Han, the time of the visit was set for December 21st. During this visit, he will represent Xian businessmen as the president of Future Group to explore business partnership opportunities with Han Enterprises. At least on the surface. Just like Xia Xiu said, the country has an unclear attitude toward Future Group. Jiang Chen tricked Linhua Group terribly in the Xian tourism development project. He would never believe that the Wang family would forget the past and settle with him. Not only the Wang family, the VR industry chain affected multiple fields. There were certainly a group of people that held a hostile opinion toward Future Group who came in as a powerful outsider. Future Technology needed an ally with a strong enough voice. That was the top mission for this visit. As to the candidate, Jiang Chen had someone in mind. Zhou family was not bad a choice with reasons bearing none other than that their family assets were mostly in the military tech field, therefore lacked the possibility of competition with Future Technology. And also their stance toward Future Technology last year caused divergence with the Wang family and a strain in their relationship. Of course, the most critical part was that they had a powerful voice in Han. The problematic part was that they became interested in the application of virtual reality technology in the field of military tech. While Jiang Chen didn't mind helping Han in this field, he didn't have the intention to give grounds in core virtual reality technology. Just as Jiang Chen was debating how to reach a partnership with the force in Han, Aisha quietly walked beside him with a plate containing golden fried rice and some milk and placed it on his table. Is it done already? You don't have to bring it up, you could have just called me down. Jiang Chen smiled at the considerate girl. You looked busy so I brought it up. Are you done now? Aisha asked lightly. I just asked about the current work situation in Han. There was nothing important, so it didn't take long. Jiang Chen smelled the aroma of the fried rice as he just wanted to devour them. A beautiful curvature appeared on Aisha's mouth when she saw Jiang Chen's expression, a new recipe I learned from Auntie Li. Since the two elders moved to Xian, they began to enjoy their quiet and peaceful life. When Jiang Chen was not busy, he would go visit his parents and have dinner. However, most of the time Aisha was the person that accompanied them. The cute Aisha was particularly adored by Mommy Jiang. Is it? Jiang Chen rubbed her head, thank you for spending time with them for me. Aisha timidly lowered her head as she sensed the warmth from the hand on her head. There was no plan this morning. After breakfast, Jiang Chen went to the backyard of the mansion. Other than plants tended by drones and a swimming pool, there was also a new shooting range. Without wearing any protective gear, Jiang Chen casually took out a pistol from his storage dimension, aimed at the target 50 meters out and pressed the trigger. Bang! 3 consecutive shots left 3 bean-sized holes on the wooden target. 1 10-ring and 2 8-rings, Jiang Chen was pleased with the result. He hasn't practiced for a long time and felt unfamiliar with shooting. If it were before, there should be no problem getting 2 10-rings. He remembered in the beginning when Sun Jiao taught him how to shoot as a reminiscent smile appeared on his face. Only 2 years passed, but it felt like a long time has passed. Just then, Jiang Chen's ears moved, and suddenly he raised his pistol while slowly moving to the entrance of the shooting range. Faint ripples appeared in thin air as the blonde ghost agent with hands raised walked in front of Jiang Chen. Sorry, I was just curious. Penny scratched her head and said in embarrassment. Only the most loyal warriors could obtain a stealth suit, and Jiang Chen didn't suspect their loyalty. She was really just curious. Curious if Jiang Chen could really detect their presence without checking the EP map. Curiosity kills the cat. Jiang Chen didn't get angry because of her intrusion, instead, he jokingly left this sentence and put away his weapon. Seeing Jiang Chen was not angry, Penny didn't say more and awkwardly looked away. What about the mission I gave you? He didn't persist further on this question as he reloaded the pistol and asked nonchalantly. When Jiang Chen asked about the mission, Penny put on a stern face. It has been completed. Then, she took out the tablet computer from a tactical backpack. Her finger continuously pressed a few times on the screen before handing it to Jiang Chen. Penny was the ghost agent sent to Norway to track the spy from Lalian Company. After she finished her work, Jiang Chen didn't call her back immediately, instead sent her to Frankfurt to investigate the relationship between Willy Society and the Rothschild. The progress of the investigation was not smooth as there was no evidence that directly suggests a connection between the two. It was not until some time ago did she finally make some progress. This picture is... Jiang Chen took over the tablet and looked at the Slavic on the screen as he felt the face looked familiar. Then, he suddenly recalled that he saw this person at Carmen's Manor. It was the last day of the Frankfurt trip. He and Aisha were walking to the garage when they saw Carmen talking with a Slavic. Corso, originally a guerrilla of the Balkans, became active as an arms dealer in the Mediterranean after the end of the civil war and is now active in the Ukrainian area. He provides weapons and equipment to government forces under the authorization of NATO. He is related to the terrorist attack in BR. There is no direct evidence suggesting he is related to the attack, but without a doubt, he has a close relationship with the Rothschild family. Also, when I followed him to Ukraine, I discovered he was in contact with Willy Society. The 3 points connected into a line and the conclusion was certain. Just like what he had suspected, the Rothschild was connected with Willy Society. The ghost agent looked at Jiang Chen in deep thought and waited for his order. Return to Frankfurt. I need you to continue keeping an eye on the Rothschild and Willy Society. Although he knew curiosity kills the cat, to the ambition displayed by the Rothschild family, Jiang Chen felt concerned. Yes. The ghost agent nodded and hid herself away. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh at Penny's deceptive exit. He then reloaded the pistol and aimed at the target again. But then, his phone began to ring. He took out the phone and looked at the number on the screen as a genuinely shocked expression appeared. They are here already. At the airport of Coral Island, a slim and tall man in a gray suit stood outside of the airport with a briefcase in his right hand, while his left hand continuously checked his watch. Although his family was not originally from Frankfurt, as someone who was born and raised in Munn, he had the habit of the Frankfurt people. Such as, repetitively checking the time and a passion for barbecue. An adorable little girl around the age of 6 was with him. She had a blonde ponytail and looked sweet. A black Benz stopped at the curb of the road. Jiang Chen got off the car, Amos' eyes lit up, immediately held his daughter's hand, and walked up with his briefcase in hand. Hello, nice to meet you, Dr. Amos. Jiang Chen shook hands with him and then looked at the girl that seemed to be afraid of strangers with a smile. This is my daughter, Million. Amos smiled and looked at his daughter. Greet uncle. The little girl hid behind her father pouted her mouth when she heard her dad's request and spoke with non-standard Han. Hello, uncle. Although it was cute, Jiang Chen felt an odd sorrow when the little loli called him uncle. On the car, Jiang Chen learned that he divorced a long time ago and his daughter was his only family. What's the situation like in BR? Extremely unsafe. Amos sighed, protests are going on every day. Some people wanted Merck to step down. Some people called the protesters to remain rational. Just a few days ago, a young man threw a Molotov cocktail inside the refugee camp causing a pregnant woman to die and her husband to suffer severe burns. The furious refugees grabbed anything they could get their hands on and rushed into the street. Of course, the parliament already ordered for the refugee camps to be closed and did some preventative measures to control the situation. Perhaps things will get better in a few months. But I don't want to wait any longer. At the end of that gala, Jiang Chen left his business card with him. But what he didn't think was that the professor from the University of BR made his choice already, handed in his letter of resignation, and headed to Xin to join future technology. Because Jiang Chen was surprised, he personally drove to the airport to pick him up. Amos Kimberly was indeed an outstanding talent. At the age of 42, he obtained double doctorate degrees in information technology and mechanical engineering and became the youngest engineering professor at the University of Br. Not only that, he had quite a list of achievements in the field of robots and artificial intelligence. The number of published papers on SCI, 1, may be less than some of the people, but every single paper he published regarding robots and artificial intelligence had been referenced by more than 10 SCI papers. The reason why he brought his family to Xin was partially due to the security in BR continuing to deteriorate while he saw the possibility of challenging himself at future technology. Of course, the salary offered by Jiang Chen was another reason why he decided to immigrate. The pay the university offered him was 100,000 euros, taxed at 25 to 30%. The benefits Frankberg offered were quite good, but because of the refugee problem, the benefit system was unable to withstand the load of the society and continued to worsen. Jiang Chen, however, directly offered him a base salary of $200,000 after tax while providing him with housing and a car. These were tangible benefits. Globally, these benefits were among the top, but what really motivated him to bring his family here was not because of the benefits, but because of the speech on artificial intelligence. Jiang Chen previously told him it was a corporate secret. Therefore, if he became part of the company, he could access this knowledge. With that idea in mind, Amos submitted his resume to the email on Jiang Chen's business card. Jiang Chen already had an idea of where to put the Frankberg doctor. Until now, he only brought products back from the apocalypse, but never technology. In the short term, this was not a problem, but it was not a long-term solution. Just like it was unfeasible for him to transport food to the apocalypse, as the apocalypse must regain the ability to farm, the modern world must establish a complete and independent research system. Or with the colonization ship from Harmony, he couldn't think of any scenario where he would win. Future Group had enough power to ensure that the technologies won't be leaked. This was the necessary first step. Including D++ language, basic artificial intelligence database, and other confidential technology, Jiang Chen will gradually open them up to him. Once this professor mastered the knowledge, Jiang Chen will use him to train a group of reliable technicians. By then, future technology will have their own research team. That was Jiang Chen's plan. After helping Dr. Amos settle down, it was close to noontime. That afternoon was Celestial Trade's Aerospace Division's rocket launch date. As its first launch mission, Jiang Chen as the president didn't want to miss it. After having lunch with Aisha at home, Jiang Chen took a nap on the sofa. When it was close to 1, Jiang Chen left for the island near the equator. Compared to the barrenness a few months ago, the spacious island became more compact. Celestial Trade's post was located on the east side of the island on the elevated ground, the more flat west side was constructed into the launch facility. With the work of the construction robots, the basic facility used to execute the aerospace launch mission was mostly completed. When Jiang Chen arrived on the island, he happened to see a few people in United Nations clothes blocked at the harbor by soldiers in kinetic skeletons. They were the observers sent by the UN to monitor the launch of the rocket to ensure Xin really did launch a rocket rather than an ICBM. Because Jiang Chen had nothing to hide, he didn't refuse the observers from the UN. But when those people gained permission, they clearly forgot to submit their landing permission on the island from Celestial Trade, and hence they were stopped at the harbor. Mr. Jiang Chen, we need an explanation. A man in glasses walked in front of Jiang Chen, infuriated. Our soldiers are just following procedure. You must request for landing permission from Celestial Trade before you step onto the island. I'm sure the presidential palace reminded you of this, Jiang Chen explained while signaling the patrolling soldiers. The soldier saluted and backed away. Henry's expression looked rather awkward. As Jiang Chen said, they did receive a reminder but didn't think it was a big deal. Since they received permission from the presidential palace, in their eyes, it was the same as receiving permission from Xian. They clearly didn't understand the status quo in Xian because the person standing in front of them was the actual ruler of the country. Calvin then walked out from the aerospace center and walked toward Jiang Chen's direction. The scientist didn't feel pressured seeing the boss at all as he directly dragged Jiang Chen's arm to rush him. "Hurry, you're finally here. The rocket launch preparation work has been completed. The launch could start at any moment." With the fervor on Calvin's face, Jiang Chen face-palmed. As to the UN observers next Jiang Chen, they were clearly disinterested. They were not concerned with Xian possessing the ability to launch ICBM. They attended this launch ceremony as observers purely for the purpose of comforting the emotions of neighboring countries. Since F country had been continuously stating it was a conspiracy to test ballistic missiles disguised as a rocket launch. In their eyes, rather than worrying about if it was a ballistic missile, they were more concerned if this thing could really launch. What if it ignited but didn't launch, or it flew sideways? When Henry thought about this, he shivered. He didn't feel safe at all standing there. 1. SCI, Science Citation Index. Celestial, 1, the red letters were engraved onto the body of the rocket. The declared launch project was a meteorological satellite. The use of meteorological satellites as the first launch was undoubtedly easier compared to other launch projects. But even so, for a small country without fundamental space technology, the first launch with satellite would be considered difficult to begin with. Not only did the United Nations send observers, but about 30 local or foreign journalists were also invited to the launch site as this exciting moment should be shared by people around the world. They were specifically allowed to enter the barracks, stand on the sentry tower, and film the launch process for Xian. It was bound to be a historic moment. An aerospace superpower? The uneducated islanders never thought this would be a reality, but when they saw their new neighbors from all around the world discussing the problem with looks of disbelief, the original settlers of Panu Islands felt a strong sense of proudness. How is a country unity formed? It is through witnessing one's own country achieving things that other countries wouldn't believe and completing the unthinkable feat. Who would have thought that a small sea island country that just finished a regime change with a total population of less than 100,000 people could become one of the few countries that possessed the ability to launch satellites independently? It was unbelievable. But this unbelievable moment was destined to be recorded in history. A launch pad 30 meters in height. Are you joking? Mr. Calvin. Henry scanned the rocket outside nervously before looking toward Calvin, who was completing the last inspection with the workers. 30 meters high launch pad, and Henry visualized the height of the rocket, which was 32 to 34 meters or so. Celestial Trade would obviously not provide them with the specific design drawings of the rocket, but with his experience in the field of aerospace, he could deduce the specification of the rocket. The miniature launch vehicle was not non-existent, but there was no way Henry believed that this tiny could have the capability to launch a miniature launch vehicle. Taking into account the rocket fuel push ratio, as well as the size of the rocket engine nozzle, to estimate the rocket thrust, he didn't think the rocket design was scientific at all. Disregarding if the rocket could accelerate to the speed to overcome the Earth's gravitational pull or not. Henry was skeptical if the rocket could even fly out of the atmosphere or not. To respond to the skepticism of the United Nations observer. Do you think I'm joking with you? Calvin raised his eyebrows and looked at the observer. Based on the structure of the rocket, I know this thing won't even lift off. Henry scorned. That just means you're ignorant. You will never know our rocket engine, ahem. When Calvin heard Jiang Chen coughing, he immediately stopped talking. The NDA of Celestial Trade was no joke, and he realized he almost leaked some information. Jiang Chen then looked at Henry. Mr. Henry, I remember you are an observer of the United Nations and not the technical consultant hired by Celestial Trade. If you think the firecracker outside the window won't fly up, you can go back on the boat. I promise, when you go, there won't be any soldiers stopping you. Henry's expression changed indefinitely with a mixture of emotions appearing. Obviously, he won't run back to the boat now, or the media outside would capture his facial expression and put it on the headlines tomorrow along with the name Scaredy Cat. If the rocket launch failed, there would be no problems, since it would just mean that he had the foresight. But if the launch really succeeded, he would have slapped his own face. Since Jiang Chen dared to stand there, that meant even if the launch were to fail, safety was not of concern. So Henry recollected himself and no longer spoke. If Jiang Chen knew what he thought, perhaps he would burst out laughing. There were no precautionary safety measures at all. The reason he dared to stand there because he was not concerned with the launch failing. But some people obviously thought otherwise. Henry shut his mouth, but the other observers were still whispering amongst themselves, exchanging opinions. I can guarantee that this thing won't reach the stratosphere. The first stage launch vehicle is too short, even with NASA's technology, it would be impossible to do this. I suspect that they may have been off by a decimal during the design phase and no one realized it even after the rocket was built. A slightly chubby man turned his head and whispered to his colleague. Aha, other than the first part of the sentence, we share the same opinion, a female with curly hair spoke in a grave tone. The first part? You think they could fly it out? The man in disbelief raised his voice by a notch. At most troposphere, if the launch experiences no technical difficulties. The woman mocked. Haha, Calvin glanced at the United Nations observers with infuriated flames in his eyes. Although he didn't design the rocket, it still took him a lot of effort to understand the technology behind it. As a researcher that seeks the truth, he would not permit anyone to humiliate this launch technology with monumental meaning. Calvin clenched his fists and was just about to go off at them. But then, Jiang Chen patted him on the shoulder. Prove to them. Remember, you are a scientist, not a boxer. When Calvin heard Jiang Chen's words, he realized he was too emotional. Seeing Jiang Chen nod at him, he took a deep breath, forced the discontent out of his mind, walked to the control panel, and turned on the radio. Report rocket status. Roger, currently compiling information. Rocket check work is complete. The rocket is prepared to launch. This is the command center, attention all personnel, initiate launch sequence. Calvin commanded into the radio and then looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded, walked beside the launch location, opened the tempered glass cover, put his hand above the launch button. Calvin turned on the radio again with his eyes locked onto the rocket outside of the window. The launch center's atmosphere began to tense up. Henry hid away the arrogance in his eyes, and the United Nations observers stopped whispering as they all focused their attention on the launch pad outside. Launch countdown initiated. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignite. The instant Jiang Chen heard 0, he pressed the red launch button. Gray smoke instantly covered the launch pad outside of the window. At the same time, a blinding red light broke through the smokescreen. The rocket separated from the launch pad, with the thrust of the ignited booster, the rocket began to accelerate and pierced into space. Jiang Chen then casually stood aside. Calvin's palms were covered in sweat as he anxiously stared at the numbers on the control panel. Henry glanced at Jiang Chen completely calm and then peeked at the control panel. When he saw the height, speed, and acceleration increasing, the contempt in his eyes turned into sternness. Height 48 kilometers, through the stratosphere. Height 81 kilometers, arrived in the warm layer, beginning to turn. 219 kilometers. Celestial, 1 successfully turned, first stage rocket beginning to separate. Separation successful. Arrived at the first universe speed. Height of 483 kilometers, successfully broke through the atmosphere. Height 1000 kilometers, the rocket is continuing to accelerate. Height of 35,000 kilometers, the rocket is approaching the synchronous orbit. Second stage separate. On the screen, the second stage launch vehicle connected to the camera's secondary rocket slowly stalled, with the rocket head separating. At the same time, the rear end of the rocket head ignited, moving toward the farther orbit with the propulsion of the jet. At this moment, everyone gazed at the slowly rising height of the control panel. When it stopped at 35,785 kilometers, everyone held their breath. It stopped. It stopped. Not the slightest error. We have arrived at the synchronous orbit. We have succeeded. Followed by the exciting shout, all the workers inside the launch center threw their documents into the air in celebration. Calvin was as excited as a little kid as he threw his fists in the air and hugged his colleague. Henry stared at the control panel as if he had just seen a ghost without a single word coming out of him. Because of the atmosphere, Jiang Chen proudly smiled and leisurely walked to the United Nations observers that believed there was no way the launch would succeed. The chubby man opened his mouth wide due to the shock. Someone could even fit an egg inside. Jiang Chen walked beside him and the female as he ridiculed. I am sorry that our rocket didn't experience a launch failure. The rocket not only went through the atmosphere, but it also arrived at the synchronous orbit. At this point, Henry reacted as his soul finally returned to his body. He stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. This is impossible. Wait, where is the third stage launch vehicle? Third stage launch vehicle. As if he had just heard something comical, Jiang Chen began laughing. When it seemed like he had laughed enough, he paused, in front of the Henry with a stiff expression and said contemptuously, we don't need that stuff. Sky Eye Type X-1 Meteorological Observation Satellite. As the name implies, it will be used in meteorological observation, disaster warning, and other related fields. But because the satellite uses a large array of detectors, large reflective telescope system, adaptive optical imaging technology, and real-time image transmission technology, the 2 meters diameter camera located at the near-Earth side of the satellite allowed for an observation resolution of up to 0.1 m. Military remote sensing satellites and civilian remote sensing satellites are similar in principle, with the main differences reflected in the spectrum and the ground resolution requirements. Military remote sensing satellites mainly form its image in the visible or near-infrared spectral with resolution better than 1 meter. And the Sky Eye X-1 weather observation satellite no doubt had reached the level of military satellites. Normally speaking, the observers from the United Nations would ask to verify whether the satellite was consistent with the declaration of the project, but because these people simply didn't believe that XIN could launch it successfully, so no mentioned the verification. Of course, even if they brought it up, Jiang Chen could refuse. But then, F would use this opportunity to launch a controversy around this, such as XIN launched a military satellite with indescribable purpose. Henry stared at the smoke trail gradually fading in the air before he finally closed his mouth. Did it really succeed? He obviously heard the cheers just then, but he didn't want to accept this unbelievable fact. No need for a third stage launch vehicle. Was the satellite sent directly into orbit with a second stage launch vehicle? It was not impossible from a technical perspective, but did they consider the cost? The additional payload would require more fuel. Wait, their rocket size was not big either, with the total length being 33 meters. This is absolutely unbelievable. But no one bothered with him. Jiang Chen headed outside to take interviews from the media while Calvin commanded the workers to open the solar panels, check the working status of the satellite and collect first-hand weather information. XIN's weather report could be completed with XIN's own meteorological satellite. I would like to express my gratitude to Atria's ES for past weather reports, thank you. Jiang Chen was used to being surrounded by cameras. Hello Mr. Jiang Chen, what inspired you to invest in aerospace? Interest and potential. Jiang Chen pointed up with one finger at the place the rocket just flew by and smiled in front of the camera. The future of humanity is there. If a typical person said this, that person would be mocked for showing off. But because the words came from a technology tycoon, it would be remembered as a famous quote. When Jiang Chen was being interviewed, he was thinking in his head. If one day, celestial trade really completed the blueprint in his heart where human activity expanded to beyond Earth, and then to the synchronous orbit, the Moon, and even Mars, and outside of the solar system, would people mark today as the start of everything? Would the posture of him pointing to the sky and saying, "Humanity's future is there," become a statue and collected to become a part of the Earth Civilization Museum? After the interview and sending away the observers from Nouveau York, Jiang Chen didn't immediately leave the island, but rather he went to look for Calvin, who just finished the launch mission. Just in this short period of time, the scientists opened the prepared champagne and started a party in the cafeteria of the Aerospace Technology Center. The bubbles of the champagne fizzed everyone, although it was not a holiday, the atmosphere was better than a holiday. When Calvin saw Jiang Chen, his eyes lit up, and he immediately went to greet Jiang Chen with 2 bottles of champagne. "Huh, boss, you need to drink a bottle before leaving." "Yes, yes. This is our first rocket. Did you notice that observer's expressions? Haha, he looked like he just ate a fly. This feels so good, ha ha ha." Because of the atmosphere, and there was no other plans later, Jiang Chen took over the champagne in Calvin's hand, opened the screw, and started chugging the bottle. Seeing the boss starting to chug, everyone began to blow whistles and started to clap. The female workers, as rare as endangered animals, also looked at him. While their actions were reserved, their shouts were no quieter than their male workers. When the boss finished the bottle, Calvin didn't back down. The unshaven scientist didn't look like he could drink, but he showed otherwise. There was no doing business with alcohol here, just purely a bunch of scientists celebrating their work successfully sent into the sky. The equipment and parts were purchased by celestial trade, but the entire rocket was assembled with their own hands. It was like their baby. Once everyone had fun, it was starting to get late. Their home was on Ange Island, and their transportation was taken care of by a ferry at fixed times. Only a few chose to live in the employee housing provided on the island. For example, Calvin that wanted to sleep in the lab, or people that requested for overtime. After the cafeteria that was in a complete mess was cleaned up, the celebration was officially over. Jiang Chen watched them get on the boat and grabbed Calvin, who was returning to his place. "The launch work was successful today. Thank you for your compliment." Calvin smiled but then sighed. "But the design of the rocket from start to finish had nothing to do with us." "Don't think like that." Jiang Chen laughed and patted him on the shoulder. "You only have a higher starting point. I have transferred the related technology to you. I'm looking forward to you creating better rockets with them." In terms of technology, the two worlds were unequal. But in terms of creativity and innovation, the people from both worlds were no different. Aerospace was a frontier field that required imagination. With the same technology, the masterpiece created by Jiang Lin may not be better than the rocket designed by Calvin. Of course, he must put in more effort. "Aha, I promise." Calvin smiled. There was no need to promise because aerospace is his dream. Jiang Chen provided him with the technology and platform, and Jiang Chen did not doubt that he could make his dream into a reality. "The launch mission today was extremely successful, and this is your accomplishment. As a reward, I will contact the finance department for a 2 million bonus. Half of it is yours while the other half you can distribute. You should have said that during the celebration, they will praise you as a generous god." Calvin joked. He didn't really lack money since when Jiang Chen purchased his company at a premium, he received 10 million. "Haha, that's unfortunate then." Jiang Chen smiled. He paused, looked at Calvin, and said sternly. "In the first half of next year, you'll have 12 launch missions. It will be busy, so I hope you are prepared. 2 rockets per month. Are you making dumplings in the sky, one?" Calvin was stunned. Launching a rocket was no joke. Although they possessed the technology to retrieve the first stage rocket, Celestial One's launch cost around 50 million. Are you afraid? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Completely the opposite. I'm eager to take on the challenge. Calvin responded directly to Jiang Chen's challenge with a visible smile on his face. The thing the aerospace department worried the most about was the low profit of commercial launch missions and hence the inability to acquire funding. Jiang Chen's words answered the concerns in his mind. With sufficient funding, even if the number of missions doubled, he wouldn't even blink an eye. 1. Are you making dumplings in the sky? The analogy is putting dumplings in boiling water and its appearance. The boiled dumplings look crowded and stuffed inside the pan. This analogy refers to the crowdedness of a particular place. On the ocean 200 nautical miles east of Panu Islands, with the escort of the frigate installed with the Type 50J unit electromagnetic pulse cannon, 2 construction vessels were deployed on the surface and retrieved the first stage rocket falling with under-engine propulsion. In the distance, there were a few patrol boats without flags. While maintaining a safe distance, they monitored the first stage rocket launch vehicle retrieve work. Because they were in public sea area, thus Celestial Trade's frigate didn't bother with the monitoring boats. Also, the boats just aimed its cannon in the distance as a warning. When the first stage launch vehicle successfully landed and was transported onto the construction vessel, the patrol boats retreated. If it was easy to guess who sent the patrol boats. UA didn't care about Xian's aerospace technology, Atria didn't care about international affairs, and there were only 2 countries active in this area. The economic relationship between New Guinea and Xian was strengthening by the day and obviously would not display this unfriendly gesture. Country F had been cautious about the rising Xian. When Xian first declared the launch project, they were the first one to jump out in rejection. It was because of national security concerns since they didn't think a small country with a total population less than their land force could pose any security threat to their country. It was purely out of a twisted mentality of a poor neighbor where the small country they looked down upon suddenly possessed aerospace capability unfathomable to them. Of course, they would feel worse now. Because Celestial Trade not only possessed the ability to launch a satellite independently, they possessed the advanced technology to retrieve the first stage launch vehicle. Xian's rocket launch had heavily damaged their national confidence. But what Jiang Chen didn't know was, they were already in a complete mess. How are they so good at finding trouble? Future Biology's nutrient supply was well received on the international market. In order to target the dynamic market, the general manager Tao Ming used the recipe provided by Jiang Chen and pushed out 4 types of nutrient supply. While it increased the raw ingredients usage as well as production, the move also opened up the discount market. The monthly production of nutrient supply was at an astounding 4 million boxes. After the cost of goods sold, the average net profit was $371.1 with a total profit after tax breaking the 1 billion mark. The profitability was near the level of future technology which absolutely surprised Jiang Chen. Tao Ming was ambitious with future biology's development as he promised Jiang Chen while pumping his chest to transform nutrient supply as the healthiest fast food of the 21st century. And the reason behind his passion was due to the stock option plan proposed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen offered a 3% dividend to him and Zhang Shujie responsible for production. As long as they continue to serve Future Group, they will continuously enjoy this dividend. On the other hand, the contract from Russia's National Defense Department brought Future Biology a sizable income. But compared to the popularity in the commercial market, the military contract paled in comparison. Tao Ming did suggest to Jiang Chen either to raise prices or to stop the contract with Russia's Defense Department in order to maximize their profit per unit. Since Russia with increased woe in its economy didn't seem like a generous buyer. But Jiang Chen didn't agree with his proposition. Since as the president of Future Group, he not only needed to consider a subsidiary's profit. While Russia might not be the ideal buyer, they were an ally worth the partnership. While Tao Ming didn't necessarily understand, he still followed the president's decision. But he seemed to have an odd misunderstanding behind Jiang Chen's insistence and euphemistically expressed the message, "Don't fall for the beauty." But Jiang Chen was completely oblivious to what he was trying to tell him. At least until when Jiang Chen was leaving the company, passed by the lounge, and glanced at a magazine open on the table. Because the person in the magazine looked familiar, he picked it up and took a glance. When he saw it, his expression suddenly became interesting. The magazine was a fashion magazine targeted toward females with most of its content either about celebrities or makeup. The content itself wasn't an issue. The issue was when he saw the picture on the page, it was of the day when he sent the drunk Natasha home. The article itself didn't comment on the intimate relationship between Future Group's president Jiang Chen and Russia's diplomat, but it used the topic to comment on Natasha's style and vibe, as well as shamelessly providing tricks to attract males. Jiang Chen closed the magazine and felt extremely awkward. No wonder Yao Ming was careful with what he said because there was a misunderstanding. The Russian diplomat was a mistress of the boss, and as a manager, it was hard for him to comment on their business relationship with Russia. But he couldn't let the pillow whisper, freely affect the company's profitability. Therefore he said it subtly. Jiang Chen flipped to the front of the magazine. It was published a month ago by a small publisher on Coral Island. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face. Someone dared to report his scandal. Does the boss of the magazine feel like he has lived too long? But he only thought about it before he put down the magazine back on the table. Some of the things were okay even if revealed to the public. Disguising may cause people to suspect the backdoor relationship hidden behind it. XIN didn't establish information control purely because it was not necessary to give trouble to the media over this. But this event reminded Jiang Chen of the importance of controlling public opinion. As to how to execute it, it was not through enacting a law. Since he had too much money, he could easily just acquire a controlling share. On the other hand, Future Industrial was officially established and registered in XIN as a subsidiary to Future Group. The current portfolio consisted of only an electric car battery, and the research force came from the 3 European automakers Jiang Chen acquired. It was hard for mechanical parts such as a battery to use similar encryption technology as the Phantom. Therefore Jiang Chen didn't plan on bringing out the highly advanced nuclear fusion battery but instead selected the decade-ahead solid lithium-air battery. In the international scientific community, the study of lithium-air batteries had come to the state of near breakthrough. The shackles preventing its commercialization was mainly in how to ensure that after repeated charge and discharge, the battery can still maintain its original power level. Cambridge University was currently at the forefront of the world with its establishment of the lithium-air battery laboratory model. The model could be charged and discharged more than 2,000 times, the energy efficiency of the theory exceeded 90%. Optimistically, it will be possible to achieve mass production and application of the solid lithium-air battery by 2020. Jiang Chen obtained the outdated solid lithium-air battery technology from the library in the Apocalypse and ordered the researchers at Fallout Shelter 027 to produce a prototype with 3D printing, prepare the related technology into documents, and then Jiang Chen could transfer the information to Future Industrial's car battery scientist. Including the electrode material, membrane components, new electrolytes, and high-performance additives, and other technologies, all through the PCT route, a total of 147 patents were submitted using international patent applications in many countries around the world. The purpose was to strive to form an absolute patent monopoly and completely blocking others from doing so. There was no reason not to apply for the patent because 4 years later, other people will also apply for a patent. As to some of the material production process, Jiang Chen didn't rush to apply for the patent because he didn't plan to build the factory far away. The plant could be built in the industrial base on Ange Island or the neighboring New Guinea was not a bad choice either. Chapter 546 Phantom Online. The news of XIN successfully launching a meteorological satellite caused a small earthquake in global news before quickly settling down. The National Olympic project of aerospace was no longer as novel as before, people were just shocked that this small island country in the Pacific once again made headlines before everyone tucked the news away in the back of their heads. For some reason, the observers from the United Nations chose to conceal the two-stage rocket launching technology Celestial Trade used, and Celestial Trade didn't publicly disclose it to the media either, so the technology wasn't made aware to the general public. But Jiang Chen was certain that NASA, also based in Nouveau York along with the United Nations, must know this information and was concerned about how to handle the hearing from the UA Congress. They received a large amount of funding each year, yet a small country in the Pacific managed to surpass them in technological advancements. Compared to the peaceful Xian, neighboring country F was in the midst of troubled times. The guerrillas of Moro successfully occupied the city of Dao weeks ago and established it as the capital of Moro. Country F obviously wouldn't just give in. Aquino first denounced Santos as a terrorist and criminal, then sent 2 additional infantry divisions and a UA-trained modern mechanical brigade to launch a large-scale operation on MLL Island. At the same time, the UA had completed its governmental transition and assisted F in denouncing Moro's independence movement. They also sent out fighter jets to attack the command center of the guerrillas. The battle once again entered a stalemate. On the other hand, the Vice President of Xian and Minister of Economics visited New Guinea and brought along the representative from Future Mining as well as businessmen from Ange Island in charge of projects exceeding $1 billion. Yang Yuan seemed to have gotten over Su Fei. He put all his energy into his work in an attempt to forget about her. On the visit to New Guinea, he went as the general manager of Future Mining and managed to secure 5 steel plants and 2 aluminum processing plants to move high-pollution production from Ange Island to the undeveloped neighboring countries. BHP's ores were subsequently transported to New Guinea for crude treatment before they were transported to Xian for further processing with special equipment to create a unique steel-aluminum alloy. The alloy was extremely light, but the strength and hardness were no inferior to a titanium alloy. Jiang Chen didn't explain the purpose of the alloy to Yang Yuan, he just vaguely explained that these alloys would be used to complete a special project. While the vice president was visiting New Guinea, Zhang Yapin signed 11 policies to simplify the tourism visa application process, lowering tourism taxes with the intent of stimulating the tourism industry. Following the introduction of these policies, Xian established the foundation for a prosperous tourism policy. 2017 was destined to be the year that marked the start of Xian's tourism boom. Wei Yun, who already received the news from Jiang Chen, had fully prepared for this day. He featured the Heart of the Sea, underwater hotel, hot spring beach, sea maze and other tourism activities on 2 forms of media, web and TV. The ads even made it to billboards at Times Square. Coral Islands Airport opened its newly built runway to meet the demand of 1,700 departing and arriving flights per day. The airport also increased direct flights to major metropolises around the world including Shangjin, Wanghai, Xiangjiang, and Los Santos to save the trouble of having to connect through Austria. On the first day of increased direct flights, the number of people entering the border with a tourist visa increased from 1,347 to 2,397 people and continued to rise at a daunting speed. Based on estimations from Xian's tourism ministry, visitors from the first quarter of 2017 could break 100,000 and reach 500,000 by the second quarter. Based on the influence of this disclosed data, the 3 international rating agencies all increased Xian's investment rating, which facilitated a large sum of international money flowing into Xian. President Zhang Yapin couldn't stop his mouth from smiling when he heard the news. Xian's GDP increased by 100% in 2016 and managed to completely transition from a fishing and plantation-based economy to a country focused on manufacturing and tourism. Future Group subsidiaries all had stellar performance, but compared to Future Technology, all of them added together still paled in comparison. The first 30 million Phantom helmets that entered the market were sold out on the first day and were promptly sold for 3 times the original price on the black market. Future Technology had to make an announcement to limit each Future account to purchase a maximum of 2 Phantom helmets, which somewhat alleviated the situation. Even then, all subsequent Phantoms released into the global market were sold out on the first day. A lot of netizens unaware of the story started to criticize future technology of being too egotistical and using the starved market technique to bully consumers that continuously supported them. But future technology had their own difficulties since millions of helmets distributed across the world meant only a few million units per country. In order to meet market demands, it required time. Regardless of how much those people cursed, they would immediately order the new batch of helmets once they were made available. Indeed, future technology's product didn't fall short of their expectations. Once all 80 million helmets were sold, once the costs of transportation, production, tax, and other miscellaneous costs were accounted for, the average profit per helmet was $791.1 and the total profit came to a ridiculous $64.07 billion. The daunting profitability scared all of Wall Street. In the field of virtual reality, future technology, with the absolute technological advantage, didn't have any competition. Regardless of how the patent offices in each country pushed for patent rights, future technology didn't budge at all. With an absolute technological advantage, future technology didn't need to make the technology publicly available in exchange for protection. The moment the $64.07 billion in profits was settled, the first thing Jiang Chen did was pay back his loan with interest to the Rothschild Bank. When they recuperated their loan, the head of the Rothschild Bank attentively expressed to Jiang Chen to please contact them if Future Group ever encountered any problems with cash flow in the future. Jiang Chen only smiled at the offer without responding. Since Future Technology's profitability was more than enough to meet the expansion demands of Future Group, he didn't need to take out loans anymore. Following the official sales of the Phantom helmet, Future Technology and Godly Land's official site published the official release date of the first immersive virtual reality MMORPG, closed the Colosseum mode, and opened character registration. The initial virtual reality helmet only had a gray cubicle room with a simple web viewing function. Even then, some people were happy to wear the helmet for an entire night. A lot of tech companies constantly jammed Future Technology's phone line with the hopes of resolving the compatibility problems between their software and the helmet. This included Penguin that desperately wanted to expand their social media platform. Future Technology gave a standard response. Because of technical limitations, the Phantom helmet system could only support Godly Land as well as their internal web browser. With improvements in software, the compatibility problem would gradually be solved. Before the start of official cooperation, Future Technology still needed to consider which areas could be worked on cooperatively and which areas must be controlled. Just as the world was in frenzy over immersive virtual reality technology, Jiang Chen accompanied the delegation of XIN to board the flight to Shangjin, thus beginning his visit to Hua. The company most hostile toward Future Technology's product launch was Penguin. Some time ago, Penguin acquired Wanghai Lixiang Technology, but the Phantom helmet made their Deepun virtual reality equipment look like complete junk. The plan of bundling Penguin's social media platform and Deepun in order to achieve virtual reality plus Big Penguin strategy died in its infancy. In other words, other than for nostalgia's sake, no one would play the outdated NDS once they had a smartphone. The awkward situation they faced was the same idea. If their Deepun never had any emotional impact on its users in the first place. Useless. Ma Huateng gazed at the document on his desk and swore after holding back for so long. Whether it was positive or negative news, the media all referred to Future Technology's dominance in the VR industry. Future Technology's growing influence made Penguin cooperation feel a deep fear. When they realized that they couldn't learn from Future Technology's product, Boss Ma experienced a deep helplessness. The ability they were most well-versed in was useless against their opponent. The assistant stood beside the boss, pretending not to hear the boss's rant as he stared straight at a flower through the window to pass the time while praying the blame wouldn't spread to him. Ma Huaheng inhaled several times and picked up the teacup beside his hand. The bitter tea made him calmer, whether it was due to its price or identity. This tea was a custom product either, 1. Reserved for representative meetings, or 2. Gifted by a powerful person after the meeting. When he thought about this, a curvature appeared on his face and his eyebrows were no longer furrowed. At least from a policy point of view, Penguin wouldn't lose. Seeing the boss calming down, the assistant felt relieved and finally reported important information to him. Boss, XIN's delegate will arrive in Shangjin tomorrow morning at 10. Jiang Chen will accompany the delegation, I know. What's the message on that side? The message from Shangjin is that they want us to keep in contact with Future Group. Keep in contact. Ma Huadang furrowed his brows as this ambiguous message made him unclear of the directions. How should he keep in contact? What was the outcome the people at the top wanted to see? Regarding the era-defining technology, were they not tempted? Seeing that the boss was silent, the assistant attempted to go on. Boss, do you need me to book a ticket? Of course, Ma Huadang said with an undertone. Our primary focus is still on software. It was a mistake to enter the hardware market. Regardless, QQ must gain an advantage over the Phantom helmet. It isn't too late to partner up now. When the people at the top mentioned maintaining contact, he had to facilitate meetings for the partnership. Because of the uniqueness of XIN, Hua would do their best to win over their ally. Conversely, it would be the same for XIN as they would try to promote cooperation between Future Technology and Hua Enterprises. But his assistant didn't think nearly as far. Will Future Technology give up the market share on social media? They revealed their ambitions when they fought over market share with Future 1.0. If they internally bundle social media software in the helmet and use the compatibility issue to prevent us from entering the market, it'll be hard for us to win. In 2007, Microsoft's Vista operating system didn't support QQ for a period of time, and that truly scared Penguin. Fortunately, the problem was solved in subsequent updates, but Vista's penetration rate was low compared to XP and Windows 7 later on. But everyone knew that if Microsoft really wanted to take out QQ through the computability issue and used the bundling method to push MSN, then only death awaited for Penguin. Of course, they would never do that. The reason was. That's not the right way to say it. Boss Ma's eyes were narrowed and he laughed mischievously. In this country, things don't always work the way they want it to work unless they want to face investigations on their monopoly. This sentence didn't sound convincing coming from his mouth. Speaking of a monopoly, who else to say that than Bat, 3. While Penguin was discussing their strategy on negotiating with Future Group, at a house in Shangjin, two elders were playing Go. That Future Group, Jiang Chen, certainly has some capabilities. The elder with white hair suddenly nodded with a smile while his fingers held a black piece. The elder in a vest laughed. To be able to receive such a comment from old Lu, this kid certainly must be amazing. That's not the right way to say it. Wasn't your Zhou family the first to bet on him? The word bet ruins the mood. It was just my kid who happened to meet him by fate. Although Zhou Antai said this in a humble way, his face still glowed with pride. His kid who stayed in Wanghai brought an ally with such potential to his family when he came back home. Speaking of which, the reason why Jiang Chen chose to partner with the Zhou family was largely because the Wang family was the matchmaker. Dihai was too overzealous. Lu Xianghua's piece hovered but didn't fall on the board. He sighed and kept shaking his head. The Dihai he referred to was Wang Dihai in Wanghai. When Zhou Antai heard his old friend's comment, he felt joyous inside but he didn't display it. He subtly asked, "Is this based on fact?" Lu Xianghua looked at his old friend with a grin and refocused on the Geo board. This is a difficult move. How's it difficult? Difficult because there are too many choices. Lu Xianghua seemed to be studying the board as he muttered to himself. Antai, you tell me, should I take out your piece or should I wait? After Zhou Antai heard his friend's straightforwardness, he slapped his thigh and laughed. If you ask me, I want you to take it easy on me. Lu Xianghua glared at him but also laughed. Although we've been friends for a long time, you know that when we play, I never take it easy. Sigh, it's okay. It's not my first time losing. Zhou Antai waved his hand nonchalantly. Although his words were nonchalant, his eyes never left the board. His hovering black piece was finally planted on the board. Zhou Antai gazed at the board. His pupils contracted before he blissfully smiled. From the start, his old friend had been playing tricks on him. It was only when the piece finally landed on the board did he start to understand. He hadn't been back in how long? If he counted, it was close to 1 year. Jiang Chen stared at the runway zipping by in the window as he zoned out. From the glimpse he caught before the plane landed, the homeland wasn't any different compared to when he left. The only difference was his state of mind. When he left, he felt rushed, but now he was calm and collected upon his return. It was the origin of Dragon heritage, the heart of the Republic. During his time in university, he visited this place with the intention of expanding his views, but it was only today that he understood the true definition of view. Views weren't observable until one reached a certain level. The welcome ceremony was hosted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Although Xian and Hua's political ideologies were different, they shared the same cultural background. Therefore, during Xian's presidential visit, Hua demonstrated the highest level of courtesy to highlight the demeanor of the superpower. The leaders of the two countries warmly shook hands. Accompanied by men in suits, they went to the diplomatic regiment. The media stood on both sides of the red carpet in an orderly fashion, with the cameras capturing the friendship between the two countries live. Jiang Chen left all the problematic issues to Zhang Yapin as he stayed in the business delegation while avoiding the media. He didn't bring any bodyguards this time. Aisha acted as his assistant, carrying a briefcase and following half a step behind him. Responsible for greeting them were mainly people from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as well as the leaders in charge of economic and trade cooperation. Once they met, the officials in charge warmly greeted Jiang Chen and shook his hands with force. Jiang Chen could clearly sense that while the officials in suits were meeting the entire delegation, their attention was more or less focused on him. He could visibly sense their attentiveness, and the reason behind their attentiveness, without a doubt, was because of the message from the top. It was indeed a good signal. The tips of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up when he thought about this. For this Hua trip, it was a positive beginning. On the first day of the visit was mainly a diplomatic conference, and the business forum was to be held at noon the next day. The only other special event today was the evening banquet. Surrounded by the reception staff, it made him feel grateful to return home. But among the security personnel, he was surprised to see an acquaintance. Although the gray coat looked very low-key, among the crowd with all suits, it still looked somewhat conspicuous. Perhaps he was personally aware of this, he had been standing on the outside of security personnel. Dagger? If it was Dagger, his face was too young, but this figure gave him a familiar feeling. Just as he thought, Jiang Chen met his gaze. Without any communication, he only nodded to Jiang Chen before turning away from his direction. It looked like he knew Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen didn't know where he saw him before. When Jiang Chen arrived at the hotel, he asked the reception staff he had been chatting with about that security personnel. Oh, that person. He's a bodyguard from the General Staff Department. The top placed great importance on your security, the reception staff explained to Jiang Chen. I just feel like he looks familiar. Could you tell me his name? The reception staff only hesitated for a moment, thinking it wasn't confidential, so he told Jiang Chen. Miao Jun. He was previously assigned a mission in Wanghai, perhaps you saw him then. When Jiang Chen heard this name, he immediately remembered. Miao Jun was the new agent with Dagger. But because he hadn't seen him for a long time, that guy appeared different. The impulsive young man was no longer there and had been replaced by a mature and resolute individual. Jiang Chen didn't know what happened that transformed this guy into a qualified soldier. He previously thought he wouldn't be staying long in this role, but he now changed his mind. The hotel was 5 stars. From the bodyguards patrolling at the entrance to the magnificent interior design, it was a special facility used to accommodate honored guests. At the entrance to the hotel, Jiang Chen saw Xia Xiyu, who had been waiting for a while. He knew from the phone that she would arrive in Shangjin a day before, but he didn't expect that she would also be treated as a foreign delegate. In a clean, black female suit, her black hair was curled at the back of her head. Her gorgeous face that didn't like to smile bloomed like a cold and elegant flower on a mountaintop. Their relationship couldn't be described as intimate, but their reunion after so long still made his heart pump a little faster. And the increase in heart rate originated from her smile, the smile that could melt ice. Long time no see. Not too long since we did a video call. Jiang Chen stopped beside Xia Xiyu. They already arrived at the hotel and they had the rest of the time free. The reception staff beside Jiang Chen certainly knew how to read the mood. The moment he saw Xia Xiyu, he speculated that there might be an intimate relationship between the two of them, so he walked away quietly. "Did you not miss me?" "Of course I did." Although his smile wasn't proper, the meaning he wanted to express wasn't fake at all. With future group growing by the day, the only person he could count on was just Xia Xiyu. Perhaps it sounded narcissistic, but he still trusted Xia Xiyu to never betray him, whether it was from her previous deeds or her personal affection. She stared at Jiang Chen's face and her lips gently trembled. She had a lot of things to say to him, but now that she finally saw him, with her difficulty in expressing her feelings, she was unable to turn her thoughts into words. Tomorrow's business forum, the three giants bat will be at the scene. Cooperation between the internet and VR industries will be the first part of the business talks. Xia Xiyu looked away. From her hesitating lips, she squeezed out the words as a means of escape. "Aha, I know." Without noticing the fluctuation in Xia Xiyu's emotions, Jiang Chen nodded and replied to her with a comforting smile. With her face beginning to blush, Xia Xiyu didn't look at Jiang Chen in the eyes. Just then, she noticed Aisha behind Jiang Chen. Her expression turned perplexed. It was already nearing lunchtime. The representative of Xian's businessmen and Jiang Chen had to arrive early. After exchanging a few more words with Xia Xiyu, he left for his room upstairs. Sensing Xia Xiyu had words to say to her, Aisha didn't follow Jiang Chen but looked at the very beautiful First Lady. "I won't give up." After a momentary silence, Xia Xiyu stared into the girl's eyes and righteously said, "Welcome." Aisha replied with earnestness as she spoke from the bottom of her heart. She genuinely wanted Xia Xiyu to face her heart and didn't mind becoming sisters with her at all. If it was her, she could help him more, unlike herself who only knew how to fight and kill. But perhaps because Aisha wasn't good at expressing herself either, her invitation sounded like a victor's taunt to Xia Xiyu's ears. Xia Xiyu bit her lips in a perplexed state as the will to fight ignited in her eyes. Without speaking any more words, she turned around, leaving Aisha full of questions. Aisha stared at her back and thought with seriousness. She felt there wouldn't be any positive results if they continued to drag this on. Perhaps I should help her out. In her blue pupils, mischievousness sparked. Chapter 549 How much sincerity do you have? After all, it was a welcome luncheon. Naturally, the rules and traditions couldn't be avoided. The luncheon lasted from 11 o'clock to 1 in the afternoon, while the real meal time was only an hour. But Jiang Chen didn't complain in the slightest because the dishes at the state banquet really were impeccable. Additionally, the concierge really made him feel like this was his home away from home. Responsible for the reception of Jiang Chen was Lu Haotian. Not too tall with a buzz cut, he looked very sharp. The way he spoke was humorous yet ethereal. During his stay in Hua, he would accompany Jiang Chen to his daily activities whether he was heading home to visit relatives or examining investment opportunities outside of the province. His main duty was acting as his driver and at the same time, resolving any problems for guests to maintain Hua's international image. Although he had no plans in the afternoon, Jiang Chen clearly underestimated the cordiality of the Ministry of Economic Development. The Phantom helmet was only on the shelf for 2 weeks, but the analysts of Wall Street revalued Future Group's worth at a daunting $500 billion. It was a conservative figure based on the uncertainty of the maintenance costs of the supercomputer Future Technology was using as well as the research and development costs of the helmet. If Future Group went public on Nasdaq and disclosed its operation costs, no one would doubt its market cap could exceed $700 million and replace Apple as the tech company with the highest market cap. To get a delicious piece of the pie and create ties with a company that originated from Hua, the Ministry of Economic Development obviously wouldn't relinquish this opportunity. All the beneficial policies were presented to Jiang Chen with only one requirement: Future Group had to build plants and invest in Hua. Ideally, those new plants would produce the Phantom helmet. But they had discussions over tea for an entire afternoon without making any progress. Jiang Chen didn't agree to make any investments, especially with regards to building more plants. In fact, he consciously avoided the topic. While the people from the Ministry of Business Development were eager, they had no other plans. They made all the policies the higher-ups permitted available to him, but Jiang Chen didn't seem interested at all, which made them bewildered. Is this guy not here to talk business? When they thought about the mission the higher-ups gave them and looked at Jiang Chen drinking tea, the representative from the Ministry of Business Development had a helpless feeling. Of course, they were confused. Jiang Chen was here to talk business, but not with the Ministry of Business Development. They were, at most, the pawns sent from the top to test him. Even if there was no material progress in negotiations, the people at the top wouldn't give them any trouble for it. Jiang Chen was waiting for a person with decision-making power. If Hua placed enough emphasis on him, that person would arrive very soon. It was just as he thought. After the end of the dinner, Jiang Chen sat in the Hongqi L9 waiting in front of the Shangjin restaurant. Lu Haotian, responsible for his reception, sat in the driver's seat but didn't drive off after starting the car. Do you have any engagements arranged afterward? No, an important person wants to see you. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Haotian through the rearview mirror. Who? An elder. Don't worry, no need to be cautious. It is a good thing. Lu Haotian put on a smile to respond to Jiang Chen's gaze. If it is convenient for you now, I can take you there now. Of course, if you have other plans, tomorrow is okay too. Now is fine. Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair and said casually, there is a business forum I need to attend tomorrow, I might be busy. Lu Haotian smiled and drove off. The scenery outside the window flashed by and gradually, the sheen of prosperity faded when they turned into an older part of the city. The car didn't drive for long before they stopped at an ancient but magnificent manor. The security personnel standing at the door put his hand on his waist. It wasn't until he saw Lu Haotian getting out of the car that he let his guard down. Lu Haotian opened the car door for Jiang Chen and courteously invited him out. Please, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen raised his head to read the words on the gate of the manor before he looked at Lu Haotian with a gaze full of deeper meaning. I originally thought you were just a driver. My mistake. Not at all. I'm just an ordinary reception staff member, Lu Haotian said humbly. Jiang Chen smiled without saying anything more. He stepped over the high doorsill and headed directly into the manor. On the door he just walked through were 2 giant words written with calligraphy. The layout of the manor was in good taste with elegance, the rock gardens were complementary to each other. Although Jiang Chen wasn't well versed in traditional culture, he still could see that it was a combination of characteristics from a northern climate combined with characteristics of Suzhou gardens. Although there wasn't anything particularly extravagant inside, Jiang Chen knew well that to own such a large manor in Shangjin, where land was equivalent to gold, money alone wasn't enough. With Lu Haotian's guidance, Jiang Chen followed the pebbled stone path and arrived at the tea room in the main building. Here, he saw an elder with all white hair. From the courteous expression on Lu Haotian's face, the status of the elder was important. The layout of the tea room was simple, there was only a table, a chessboard, and a cup of tea. It was tea again. Jiang Chen's eyebrows twitched. He drank tea all afternoon, so his stomach felt agitated at the scene of tea. Are you not going to sit? Seeing Jiang Chen wasn't taking any action, the elder pleasantly asked. Jiang Chen then politely smiled and sat on the sofa across from the elder. How should I address you? I am Lu Xianghua. By age, it is fair for you to call me uncle. The elder poured hot tea for Jiang Chen and himself. Lu Haotian looked at his father, surprised, but quickly moved his gaze elsewhere. Uncle Lu, Jiang Chen cleverly addressed him. Perhaps pleased with the way Jiang Chen addressed him, Uncle Lu smiled and examined Jiang Chen with the eyes of an elder looking at the young. His cloudy but still shrewd eyes hid their sharpness within the rising white cloud. Although it was disguised, Jiang Chen could still sense the elder prying into his life with his gaze. But even if he sensed this, he didn't react and replied honestly to the obvious inquiring gaze. Uncle Lu invited me over just to have tea with me. Unable to see through Jiang Chen, Lu Xianghua retracted his prying gaze without a change in expression. No particular plan. I have seen you quite a few times on the news. With this opportunity, I wanted to meet you. Oh. Am I fortunate enough to know Uncle Lu's view of me? Stellar individual. Jiang Chen took a moment to process this before he humbly said, You're over-complimenting me. At Jiang Chen's modesty, Lu Xianghua smiled and took a sip of the tea without making any further comments. Just as Jiang Chen wryly thought the old man would act identically to the people from the Ministry of Business Development that afternoon and play riddles with him for half the day, Lu Xianghua put down his teacup and suddenly said, From your facial appearance, Mr. Jiang is someone who likes to dive straight into the topic, so I won't play riddles with you. He paused. How sincere are you with regards to the economic and trade cooperation between our two countries or cooperation between Future Group and Hua? When Jiang Chen heard this, his disinterested expression instantly disappeared with a smile emerging on his face. Finally. He had been waiting for this sentence for too long. My sincerity depends on your sincerity. Jiang Chen looked straight into Lu Xianghua's eyes. And before that, I need to know what you want. Virtual reality technology. Jiang Chen sighed after hearing this answer and pushed his hands against the armrest. If that is your sincere wish, our conversation can end right here. Jiang Chen motioned to stand up. Lu Haotian, who was standing at the door, looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief as he didn't expect the conversation to head in that direction. The atmosphere in the room instantly intensified. Wait. Just like Jiang Chen expected, Lu Xianghua stopped him. Shrewdness sparked in the elder's eyes as his eagle-like gaze locked onto his face without any disguise. You were the first one who dared to speak to me like this and also the youngest. Lu Xianghua took a sip of his tea and spoke emotionlessly. Here. Jiang Chen added. Ha ha ha, you're right. Here. As if he heard something funny, the elder laughed and slowly put the cup down on the table. The tense atmosphere instantly faded. Sincerity. You won't acquiesce on demands for virtual reality technology at all. Lu Xianghua's face instantly returned to a kind expression. That's right. What if I make you unable to do business here? Although this was spoken nonchalantly, Lu Xianghua placed emphasis on that word. Then we will fully retreat. Fully retreat. Lu Xianghua paused and looked at Jiang Chen, quite intrigued. You don't feel pained about losing access to a market of 1.4 billion people at all? You don't feel pained about letting technology at least 20 years ahead of its time slip away from your own hands? Jiang Chen returned the question. Our country never lacks people with talent. That's if your people with talent are able to develop immersive virtual reality technology. I don't need the virtual stuff. I'm not here to pitch it to you. That includes all innovative technology from future technology in the present and future. Jiang Chen's words made Lu Xianghua silent. Before the start of the conversation, the top officials began discussing future group. The response from the scientific institute was pessimistic. In the next 30 years, they could not achieve the level of sophistication of the Phantom helmet. Unless medical and electronic fields both experienced significant breakthroughs simultaneously. Lu Xianghua knew the consequences if the Phantom was blocked here and other countries accepted it. Rejecting new technology at their doorstep would only mean getting left behind by the world. But Lu Xianghua scoffed at the idea. Just with his future technology company alone. He had the audacity to say that his technology alone could lead the next era. But, was that impossible? Lu Xianghua looked at Jiang Chen with a smile as he began to question him again. You're a very interesting opponent. I previously thought I had more choices to make in my next move, but it looks like that's not the case. Not at all. I'm not here to play chess with you. I'm here to find a suitable ally worth cooperating with. Ally. You certainly are confident. Lu Xianghua glared at Jiang Chen. Please don't underestimate the technical abilities of future group. Jiang Chen swirled his finger. There's only technology you can't imagine, and there is no technology we can't make into reality. Jiang Chen paused, smiled mysteriously, and continued. And when it comes to the actual ruler of Xian, I'm sure you can guess who it is. Perhaps because it verified his prediction of Jiang Chen, Lu Xianghua scoffed. Young man, you are quite devious. You are flattering me. Although they were humble words, Jiang Chen's face didn't show any humility at all. When Jiang Chen left the manor, it was already late in the night. They discussed the exact details of cooperation for a long time before finally agreeing on terms acceptable by all. Although it was just verbal agreement. Lu Haotian opened the car door for Jiang Chen and took a seat afterward. Are you pleased with the result today? I'm extremely pleased. It far exceeded my expectations. Lu Haotian glanced at Jiang Chen through the mirror, but that glimpse wasn't enough to determine if Jiang Chen's words were from the bottom of his heart. When the conversation reached the halfway point, his father eyed him to leave the room. Although he wanted to know what the terms of the deal would be between the Lu family or Hua with Future Group, his old man clearly didn't want him to know. That Uncle Lu is your father, right? That's right. How did you know? Lu Haotian was confused at Jiang Chen's abrupt comment. Isn't it obvious? Your last name is Lu. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and answered the dumb question. Fair, Lu Haotian facepalmed in his mind. Just a question out of curiosity, what's Lu family's position in Hua? Jiang Chen asked nonchalantly. When Lu Haotian heard this question, a proud curvature appeared on his mouth. The leader of all the families. When Jiang Chen returned to the hotel, it was already 10 at night. Lu Haotian parked the car without staying much longer. He simply informed Jiang Chen that he would arrive tomorrow morning at 8 to drive him around. Perhaps worried that Jiang Chen wouldn't return, Xia Shiyu stood at the front of the hotel while constantly checking the time. When Jiang Chen stepped out, she immediately came up and berated him. Where did you go? Why did you come back so late? Although her tone sounded distant, the caring expression on her face made Jiang Chen feel warm inside as he comforted her. Don't worry, I was discussing terms with an important person. I'll explain once we're back in the room. Who? Who's worried about you? Xia Shiyu's face turned red and she looked away dishonestly. All in all, it's late, so let's go back now. That's textbook coy. Jiang Chen watched Xia Shiyu leaving swiftly as he thought to himself. When Jiang Chen returned to his room, he threw his suit on the side and laid on the bed with his limbs spread out. Aisha. The air beside him vibrated and her figure in a suit appeared out of thin air. The suit consisted of special material because she mentioned to Jiang Chen that the previous black carbon nano combat suit was too distinct, so Fallout Shelter 027 created a corresponding plan. These clothes made with special material could enter stealth mode with an optical illusion module in order to prevent the suit from being too conspicuous. In principle, the stealth clothes were designed with the same principle as gun covers. Her blue pupils quietly looked at Jiang Chen as she waited for her master's orders. "Are there any eyes present?" Jiang Chen referred to cameras. "I already checked." Aisha shook her head. "Reliable as always." Jiang Chen patted the bed beside him. "Come and sit beside me." Aisha obediently nodded and sat down. "Are you thinking about something?" Aisha looked at Jiang Chen, puzzled, and her expression seemed to be asking, "How did you know?" "It's written all over your face." Jiang Chen sat up and smiled while tousling her luscious hair. "Can you tell me? Maybe I can help out." "It's not about me." The girl shook her head with her mouth slightly pouted. She dangled her legs over the bed while murmuring in a quiet voice, "What does Jiang Chen think about Sister Shiyu?" Seeing as Jiang Chen had no response, Aisha turned her head and looked at him, slightly embarrassed. "My question is weird, right?" "No, nothing weird about it." Jiang Chen recollected his thoughts. He smiled and gently squeezed her hand. "I just think it would be too selfish of me to say what's on my mind." Aisha shook her head rapidly and looked into his pupils tenderly. "No, it wouldn't. Because it is Aisha, you won't feel like that, but other people might think otherwise. Master is troubled. Why did this title come up again?" Sigh. "Rather than trouble, it is more not knowing what to do. Even if I can fix Xian's law to make polygamy legal, traditional culture won't change." And because of this reason, he had been carefully watching his interpersonal relationships in the modern world. He wasn't certain he could still maintain his relationship with Xia Shiyu if he crossed that line. Because of this, there were a few times when he was close to crossing the line before he put the brakes on himself. Since this place was the modern world after all. Aisha stared at the side of Jiang Chen's face and confirmed her speculations. A faint smile surfaced on her face. "Of course, I need to help him. Please allow your most loyal maid to be reckless for once." Just then, a hesitant knock came from outside the door. The moment the door was knocked, before Jiang Chen could react, Aisha disappeared. "Is he asleep already?" Low muttering came from outside as if she was debating if she should leave. Jiang Chen wryly looked in the direction where Aisha disappeared and walked to the door. "Wait, I'm coming." He opened the door as the scent of shampoo tickled his nose. Judging by the water droplets still visible around her pale neck, she probably just showered. Xia Shiyu peeked behind Jiang Chen while pretending to be calm. "Where did Aisha go? Why would you think Aisha would be in my room?" Jiang Chen scratched his nose. Although he didn't lie, he used a response that could easily be misinterpreted. He didn't know why he did that as he subconsciously hid the fact that Aisha was there. Perhaps it was his perception, but he felt Xia Shiyu's mood becoming slightly better. "Was there anything you wanted to talk about? Didn't you say you had something to tell me?" "Did I?" Jiang Chen thought to himself before he suddenly realized. He did tell her when he came back that he'd explain in the room. Chapter 551 I'm willing. You can't have forgotten about it already. Xia Shiyu looked at Jiang Chen with skepticism. "No way," Jiang Chen scratched the back of his head and stepped aside, "Come in." He poured 2 cups of water. When he went into the bedroom, he found Xia Shiyu sitting where Aisha previously Saturday. "Have some water." "Aha, thanks." Xia Shiyu accepted the cup in Jiang Chen's hand and put her hands around it to gain some warmth. The December in Shangjin was the middle of the frigid winter. Although there was sufficient heating in the room, she still felt chilly just coming in from outside. Jiang Chen looked around. When he saw there was no other place to sit, he sat beside her. But just as he sat down, the unnatural feeling crept into his mind. Because he was too close, he could even sense his beating heart. Jiang Chen inhaled in an attempt to use deep breaths to calm his unsettled heart, but the situation seemed to be evolving in the complete opposite direction as Xia Shiyu's scent floated into his nose and his unsettled heart became more anxious. Xia Shiyu, who was also timid, locked her fingers around the cup and stared at the texture of the carpet. The white cloud lingering above the water hid away the anxiousness on her face. The atmosphere in the room came to stagnation. Jiang Chen, who realized this point, scratched his face. In an attempt to break through the awkwardness, he gently coughed and said, "Do you want to hear what happened?" "Ah, right." Xia Shiyu blushed and coughed into her fist, pretending to be calm. It would be perfect if she didn't bite her tongue when she spoke. "Wait, why am I so nervous?" Perhaps realizing his action was unlike him, Jiang Chen mocked himself and forcefully drove out the odd throbbing in his heart and began to illustrate the conversation with Lu Xianghua. "So you're saying, they are willing to provide protection from the policy for our business in Hua?" Xia Shiyu put the cup on the nightstand when they began to talk about business. Her reserved state disappeared as her eyes were filled with cunning sharpness. People say that men when serious look charming, but Jiang Chen was surprised to discover that Xia Shiyu when serious cast an attractive vibe. But Jiang Chen knew better than to interrupt as he nodded. "That's right. What's their offer price?" 10% of future group's profit in Han. What a big appetite. 10% of our profit. That's at least $1 billion USD a year. Lu Xianghua certainly has the guts to seek bribery this openly. Xia Shiyu crossed her eyes, put her hand on her chin, and said, "Doing business anywhere had an expense in this area, whether it was doing business domestically or internationally. The less elegant way to describe it was the transfer of benefits, the more elegant way was business development cost. Although Future Group's primary business was in the web field in Han with the cost lower compared to traditional interest, it is impossible to not have any expenses. That's the appetite of the leader of families, and they have a big family." Jiang Chen laughed. "If they really could provide enough protection to our business, the 10% profit is not too expensive." He previously wanted 10% of global profits, but I rejected it. Before, even if Jiang Chen had the courage, he didn't have the confidence to say no. But now the table has turned. Future International already gained its footing in the global market. While the Lu family was influential, Jiang Chen was on the same level as them. Whether it was for the benefit of the country or for himself, there was no downside to cooperating with Future Group. "Then, what's the method of transferring the benefits?" Xia Shiyu asked. "Charity. I'll establish a charity under my name and inject 10% of Future Group's Han profit into the charity and hire designated cooperation to build schools and hospitals in specific areas." One hand taking clean money while one hand racking up the political remarks. What an efficient method. Xia Shiyu quickly understood the trick hidden inside. "That's right." Jiang Chen snapped his finger. "Looks like you figured it out now." The tip of Xia Shiyu's mouth curled up. "You're underestimating me. At least I'm the CEO of Future Technology." The transfer of benefits method was unique, although as the CEO, she didn't personally conduct the bribery work, she did personally audit through every financial expense. Future Technology's gray area expense globally accounted for a positive 5%. Although it was not something worth bragging. "It's the CEO of Future Group." Jiang Chen corrected her. Xia Shiyu took a second to process before she laughed. "Right. We did make a deal. The last time when Xia Shiyu went to Panu Islands, Jiang Chen invited her to become the CEO of Future Group. But Xia Shiyu didn't immediately accept but agreed with Jiang Chen to accept the promotion after the Phantom's official release." "Do you not want a promotion?" "No," Xia Shiyu shook her head, zoned out, and stared at her fingers twirling together. I just don't know if I can handle the challenge." "Is it really okay to say this to your boss?" Jiang Chen laughed. It was taboo to display a lack of confidence in front of a boss as an employee facing promotion. But what made Xia Xiyu herself feel odd was how easily she exposed her weak side. Perhaps he never gave her the feeling of being a boss, but more of a friend. Xia Xiyu tried to convince herself in her mind. "I trust you," Jiang Chen abruptly said. Eh? Xia Xiyu looked at him, puzzled. "Whether it is your ability or your loyalty. That's a weird thing to say. Is this something a boss should tell its employee?" Xia Xiyu looked away. Although she sounded calm, Jiang Chen could still hear the tantrum in her voice. "Of course not." Jiang Chen shook his head. "If it is a regular employee, that person definitely can't take the position, and I won't tell that person this. If it was a regular employee, then that employee won't understand his expansion thoughts, and he wouldn't trust the operation of the group to a person without a clear background." But it was different with Xia Xiyu. Disregarding everything else, she wouldn't betray him. It was not because of an irrational, unconditional trust, but a conclusion from her personality and the complex relationship between the two. But the words in Xia Xiyu's ear were misinterpreted to something else. "Are you saying I mean different things to you in your heart?" Xia Xiyu's heart was pumping wildly. She previously thought she would never have any girly emotions, but she was feeling the anxiousness in her mind which completely negated the belief she had held. To be able to interpret trust as something beyond was something that only belonged to a girl in love. "Then, Xia Xiyu, I'm going to ask you again. Are you willing to take on the role where you're the only one capable of doing so to help me achieve my dream?" Jiang Chen looked into her dark pupils and asked again sternly. "Could you tell me what your dream is? If you're willing." "I'm willing." There was not the slightest hesitation in her tone. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, but that sentence didn't come out. Thank you." There was a glimpse where he almost told her his secret. Of course, he still couldn't trust the people of this world. But why did he tell Aisha? He had been puzzled by this point for a long time. Perhaps because he knew she wouldn't betray him, perhaps it was something else. The glimpse of hesitation didn't escape Xia Xiyu's eyes. Although she felt frustrated for not gaining his trust in the last moment, when she saw the glimpse of hesitation, she felt relieved and delighted. At least in that instant, he felt guilty for the unequal trust. "Then I'll go back now." Xia Xiyu didn't force him to tell her. That's all I needed to tell you for tonight. Rest early. You too." Xia Xiyu turned around, walked to the door. But the instant she put her hand on the doorknob, there was a gentle knocking sound outside. "Is it Aisha?" Seeing how close their relationship was, she felt a hint of jealousy. But then, Jiang Chen instantly raised his head to the door as a chillness that he hasn't felt in a long time returned to his body. "Don't open." Click. "Who knows, I heard the old director personally recommended him." "Whatever. Connections? What do you think?" "A blank resume. I heard he did some time near the borders and conducted B-level missions, but he must be there just to obtain his qualifications. Look at the way he looks, he can be promoted like this. If it is not for his strong background, he wouldn't even pass the first level." The man lowered his voice and whispered to his colleague. Miao Jun leaned against the concrete pillar in a gray jacket, didn't bother with the conversation targeted towards him. The cigarette in his mouth only had a few sparks left. His half-narrowed eyes looked as if he was taking a nap. Suddenly, the sparks of the cigarette illuminated brighter. The half-narrowed eyes opened as the gray smoke came out of his nostrils. The smell of blood. Suddenly, a deafening explosion came from above the hotel, debris and dust scattered, flame accompanied by thick smoke sprang out of the window. The instant explosion stunned everyone. No one would have thought that someone had the guts to commit murder in broad daylight. Although they were stunned, it was only for a short 1 second before the agents and police on scene began to move. "This is General Staff Department 2nd Division Team 4. An explosion took place in Shangjin Hotel, requesting assistance now. Confirmed, Brigade C has surrounded the targeted area. Buzz. The piercing buzzing noise almost shattered his eardrum as the commander covered his ear in agony and immediately disconnected the Bluetooth. Communication blocked. Fu *K, why are you standing around? Go confirm the safety of the guest. Roger. Team 4 was a new action team with part of its members coming from a reconnaissance background, but the team was made up criminal investigation experts who had transferred from the public police system. Many of them were masters of their field, but as elite they have a fatal flaw compared to the long-established groups which were their crisis responsibility. The commander stood up straight with gritted teeth. Someone forcefully connected to his Bluetooth earphone. It was not simple communication blocking anymore, it was the more sophisticated communication hijacking. Just as all the bodyguards were running upstairs, he suddenly noticed a member that didn't seem to fit the team had disappeared. How long since he's had this feeling? The omen of death that crept into his mind and Fury's danger perception awakened at the same time. The heavy gust of wind blew apart the thick smoke. Behind the nitrogen armor was a face covered in gloom. Jiang Chen scanned his surroundings. The entire room was destroyed, and the only thing left standing was half of the bed he sat on. Inside the washroom, Xia Xiyu, who was curled up, slowly opened her eyes. After she confirmed the fact that she was still alive, she looked bewilderedly at the person that carried her around the waist. In a black suit, that serene figure. The person that carried her into the washroom, was her enemy. Aisha. She couldn't think right now as to why Aisha would suddenly appear in Jiang Chen's room, why she would suddenly save her from the center of the explosion. Because what just occurred was too traumatizing, she couldn't think straight. But the unpleasant memory of her being kidnapped once again surfaced in her head. She wanted to scream. Her mouth was open, but she couldn't make a sound. Just a few seconds ago, Jiang Chen attempted to stop her from opening the door, but the person appeared was a man in custodian uniform. There was a paper box in his hand. The innocent face was hard to connect with danger, but the fervor in his eyes was terrifying. Without time to alert Xia Xiyu, he ripped off the tape on the paper box between his arms. Almost instantaneously, Aisha, who realized the oddity of the situation, immediately stopped the optical illusion and lifted Xia Xiyu around the waist into the washroom in the hallway around the corner to avoid the flame that instantly engulfed the room. Jiang Chen, who had the ominous feel, took out the nitrogen armor to blow away the explosive shockwave. He threw the nitrogen armor back into the storage dimension and sat up from the bed that had been blown in half and patted away the dust on his shoulder. He was relieved seeing the hallway in mayhem but without blood. Fortunately, Aisha never left the room from start to finish, or Xia Xiyu would not have survived in the explosion. When he thought about the explosion almost hurting the person dear to him, Jiang Chen was furious. He swore that regardless who planned this attack, he will make that person pay. Aisha. Yes. They should not be operating alone. There should be accomplices nearby. Find them. Jiang Chen did not believe that a person's effort alone could sneak into the foreign delegate hotel under several layers of protection. Yes. Aisha gently put Xia Xiyu on the ground and smiled at her, who was still recovering from the blast. She then opened the optical illusion and disappeared in the room. Xia Xiyu stared at the unfathomable scene that had just happened in front of her as she murmured blankly. Disappeared. Jiang Chen kneeled down beside Xia Xiyu and looked at her apologetically. I'm sorry that you encountered this. The enemy is clearing targeting me. You've seen that future group has a lot of enemies, and among them are people who are willing to use extreme methods. If you're scared, Xia Xiyu, who recollected her thought, shook her head rapidly and tried to be brave. Do you think I'm a scaredy cat? Jiang Chen took a second to process before he started laughing. Don't force yourself to be brave. You're so scared. Jiang Chen reached out to Xia Xiyu, who was shaking. Xia Xiyu rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and grabbed onto his hand with force before getting up from the ground. Sirens broadcasted loudly outside of the window before the sound of cluttered footsteps came from outside. Several bodyguards and special forces with pistols entered the room and bumped into Jiang Chen and Xia Xiyu walking out from the washroom. When they saw them, the commander Cheng Hu forced his way to the front and looked anxiously at Jiang Chen. "Are you okay? Just like what you saw, we happened to be in the washroom, so luckily survived." When Xia Xiyu heard Jiang Chen's description, her cold and elegant face was covered by a red hue. The way he said it was easy for other people to misinterpret. For example, what reason would make the two, coincidentally, stay in the washroom together? But she was clearing overthinking, no one thought that way. The foreign delegation was the target of a suicidal terrorist attack, it would be a global scandal if released. Everyone here focused on the actual attack. Cheng Hu took a deep breath, lowered his head, and said, "I apologize for you encountering such a dangerous event. We'll do our absolute best to find the perpetrator behind this attack and give you an answer." "That would be great." Jiang Chen nodded expressionlessly. The manager of the hotel arranged a new room for Jiang Chen and began the follow-up procedures. When Jiang Chen left the original room, Cheng Hu immediately ordered security and agents to conduct a carpet search in the room while interrogating all hotel workers separately. Just as he swore he would flip the hotel upside down, a black shadow appeared. At the same time, two sets of eyes spotted him. With pistol tightly clenched in his hand, Miao Jun's eyes locked onto that figure while he adjusted his breathing. The enemy's speed was too fast to give him the time to report his coordinate. But it was okay, the phone in his pocket was on. As long as he managed to keep up with the person, it will only take time before backup arrives and captures this person. But the person's endurance was unbelievable, which made Miao Jun more shocked the longer he chased. He was considered top quartile in the General Staff Department, but having chased for so long, the person running in the front didn't seem to be losing his pace while he was beginning to lose his breath. If this continued, he will lose him. With the criticality of the situation, he could no longer follow the rules and procedures. Miao Jun used his finger to flip open the safety. When he passed through a 90 degrees turn, he immediately raised his gun and fired. 3 gunshots echoed in the small alley. He clearly felt one of the bullets hit that person on the back. The black shadow tumbled when being shot before turning to a dead end on the side. Miao Jun immediately followed and turned into the dead end. He aimed his muzzle at the wounded person and shouted, "Don't move. You're under arrest." Maybe it was because he heard Miao Jun shout, the person with his back hunched had his back exposed to Miao Jun without any movement. But the menacing laugh that drifted from underneath the black coat made Miao Jun feel a daunting chillness. With cold sweat rolling down from his forehead and swallowing the natural fear he felt along with his saliva, Miao Jun moved closed while holding the pistol up. But as he was 10 minutes away from the person, he stopped. Under the pristine moonlight, he didn't notice any blood from the wound on his back. "Oh. Mr. Police, why are you not approaching closer?" The spark of firing flashed in the dark alley as the bullet only penetrated the shadow of the pitch-black figure. The safe distance of 10 meters was instantly shortened to an extreme, and the glaring white blade stabbed toward Miao Jun fiercely. The crisp sound of metal contacting each other reverberated in the alley as the colliding blades even created sparks. Miao Jun suppressed the sharp pain on his hand while feeling more stunned. The person's close combat ability was without a doubt above his, and the decision to approach him was the wrong choice. Seeing the agent from the General Staff Department start to riposte less and less, a menacing smile surfaced on the person's face. "Die, before dawn." While he spoke those words with unclear meaning, another white blade slashed out from underneath the shadow. With his dagger being guarded down, Miao Jun's pupils narrowed and watched the sharp blade stab to his shoulder. Bang! Blood splattered, a knife slipped out, and the person tumbled back and fell down. The blade aimed at Miao Jun's chest only made a cut on his side. Although it caused a large amount of bleeding, it didn't do any critical damage. The bullet from out of nowhere saved his life. Without a doubt, it was a sniper rifle. Miao Jun, covering his wound, fell down beside a garbage can in the alley as he used his trance sight to witness an obscure scene. The person that was hit by sniper rifle climbed up from the ground with difficulty as blood pooled on the ground. It was the first time he saw someone being able to stand after being hit by a sniper rifle. On the roof of a building 1,000 meters out, Aisha, lying on the ground, locked onto the street through the crosshair. Although because of obstructions, she couldn't continue to aim at that person. But from the tumbling figure, that person didn't die. Target hit, kill unconfirmed. Being able to survive a direct hit to the chest by a ghost sniper. When she witnessed this odd scene, she instinctively sensed something obscure about that person. Currently, Jiang Chen, who was in the washroom, concerned. After the attack, when he finished dealing with the security asking him questions, he made the excuse to go into the washroom. Unable to kill? Yes. It is confirmed the bullet directly penetrated the target's body, but the target's life information didn't disappear. Target is on the move. Capture him before the General Staff Department captures him, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Roger. Aisha took a deep breath and stood up. Wait, get the ghost agent to do it, you come back. As Jiang Chen's assistant, disappearing too long would cause unnecessary suspicion. After the attack occurred, Jiang Chen came in contact with the ghost agent hidden in Shangjin. Based on the location reported by Aisha, the ghost agent should have arrived at the target's area. With the tracking of the hummingbird drones, the accomplice of that assassin will not be able to escape from the eyes of the ghost agent. Jiang Chen was more concerned about how he survived after being penetrated. He also needed to capture the person alive to figure out who planned this attack. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen sat up from the toilet. He already spent long enough in the washroom, and there were still people and things for him to deal with. With such an incident occurring in the hotel the delegation stayed in, it was a question if this delegation visit should continue or not. The custodian was murdered, the security personnel in the hallway was killed, attacked with a bomb by knocking on the door of the business representative from Xi'an. He was not the only person that stayed here. Other Xi'an businessmen also lived here. It was tough to hide such a serious incident. A lot of people were awakened by the loud explosion from their dreams and began to inquire about what happened. Zhang Yapin was negotiating with Han diplomats and urged the local police to punish the attacker. That is if they managed to catch the attacker. As Jiang Chen expected, the moment he left the washroom, a few officials who clearly just rolled out of bed stood in front of him and began to ask him about the detail of the attack. They then promised him pumping their chest to use the entire city's police force to capture the attacker to give him an answer. Then, it was Lu Haotian, who didn't leave for a long time, who found Jiang Chen. Although he was only a concierge of the concierge department, from other officials' respectful look, Lu family's political influence in Han's political scene was indeed powerful. Did you get injured? I was quite lucky, I was in the washroom when the explosion happened. Without seeing the aftershock of just surviving through a horrific incident, Lu Haotian examined him with a perplexed expression. I'm reassured after confirming you're okay. If you need anything, call me. I don't need anything, I just want you to give me an explanation. Jiang Chen looked straight into Lu Haotian's eyes and said directly. The attack may be planned by foreign forces with an attempt to disrupt the two countries, I don't want to hear the diplomatic stuff. You can say this on the news. Then you're suggesting? Lu Haotian furrowed his eyebrows as Jiang Chen pressed him further. Jiang Chen smiled, and then lowered his voice. Xi'an can keep this incident confidential. Lu Haotian was surprised and cautiously looked at him. Your terms are? No terms at all. Jiang Chen opened his hands. We all want this visit to run smooth, don't we? Although Jiang Chen didn't bring up any terms, Lu Haotian still expressed that the Lu family owed him a favor and they will repay the favor. But Jiang Chen completely didn't let Lu Haotian's promise get to his head. The emperor's family was the most ruthless, a favor was just a joke when dealing with such powerful families. He already saw this too clearly when he was in Wanghai. Which kind of favor was more than the favor of saving a life? If saving a life was not enough in exchange for protection, what could this small favor do? It was interests that bind the two parties together, not something that needs to be maintained by favors. After Lu Haotian left, Jiang Chen spoke with Zhang Yapin, who just finished discussing with Han's diplomats, and told him to cooperate with Han to cover up this attack and cover up the emotions of the investors. The light of the explosion could not be covered up as a lot of people nearby captured the thick smoke that sprang out from the windows. But the nature of the incident was reclassified from an attack to a leaking natural gas pipeline. The contract worker responsible for maintenance had been let go. The explosion occurred in a room without anyone inside. While the delegation was startled, there was no injury. For the friendship of the two countries, Xi'an's President Zhang Yapin accepted the apology from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the hotel to put a conclusion on the accident. When the reporters were permitted to enter the scene, the room Jiang Chen lived in was changed into a different room. People who knew the truth were instructed to shut their mouths, and the truth behind the incident had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Even then, whether it was the ghost agent or the General Staff Department, they didn't stop pursuing the accomplice of the attacker. Needless to say, that person was an escape artist, as he managed to escape from the layers of surrounding security set up by the General Staff Department. It could be clearly seen that they prepared a sophisticated plan for this assassination. Not only did they know the city of Shangjin well, but they also prepared transportation vehicles and disguises along the way. When he sat onto the second-hand pickup truck, put on makeup to transform into a middle-aged bald man, wore t-shirt and jeans with the colors fading due to too many washes, the tall-build killer completely changed into an old driver responsible for long-distance logistics. As to how Jiang Chen knew everything clearly, it was because he didn't manage to escape being locked on by Sky IX-1 satellite. Just as he was about to leave Shangjin through the rural area, the ghost agent that followed up began to close the net and captured him at a gas station. Then, covered with optical illusion clothes, the ghost agent kidnapped the attacker onto a vessel to Xi'an. By noon of the second day, the agents of the General Staff Department were still working hard to search for the accomplice, but Jiang Chen already received the confirmation he was imprisoned at New Moon Island. We found something odd on his body. Currently, in the restaurant of the hotel, Jiang Chen sat with Aisha together, enjoying lunch while discussing the information sent by the ghost agent. Odd? Jiang Chen's chopsticks froze midair and looked at Aisha with eyes of inquiry. That's right, his regeneration ability is especially strong to the point that it's unimaginable. Any non-fatal wound could recover in an extremely short period of time. When Zhu Yu captured him, she thought she got the wrong person because there was no gun wound on his chest. But during the interrogation on New Moon Island, we discovered his implausible regeneration ability. With a voice only Jiang Chen could hear, Aisha spoke. Increase regeneration ability. Wait, interrogation. Jiang Chen looked shockingly at Aisha. Aisha nodded gravely. That's right, the truth-telling liquid is ineffective against him. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted. The truth-telling liquid is ineffective? That's impossible. Based on what Sun Jiao said, other than people injected with genetic vaccine, a serum that increased immunity or with the rare nano-blood could resist against the hallucinating agent, and these absolutely would not exist in the modern world. Could he be a traveler like me? The idea abruptly popped up in Jiang Chen's head, and he quickly negated it himself. If it were really a traveler, the weapon he used would not be explosives with no technical expertise, at least it would be a nuclear grenade. Increase the amount of truth-telling liquid used. If he is absolutely immune to that, use physical methods to interrogate him. We have to get the information from his mouth regardless of the method. But don't kill him, I still have uses for him. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and ordered. Aisha nodded and remembered his words in her heart. Based on the agenda, this afternoon would be one of the primary purposes of this trip, the Han Economic and Trade Cooperation Business Forum. The Internet giants of Han will be gathered with BAT at the scene. Internet and VR industry cooperation will be the emphasis of the business talks between the enterprises of the two countries. Although on paper it was the business talks between the enterprises of the two countries, everyone knew it was the discussion between future technology and the BAT giants. The only large tech company in XIN was Future Technology, and the only tech companies with the ability to capture the VR market were the three massive players. Although there were quite a few tech companies such as Somao or 361, they were still far away from dictating the market like the three giants. The business forum took place in Shangjin Restaurant. When Jiang Chen arrived at the place with Lu Haotian, it was exactly 2:30 and 10 minutes away from the start of the forum. But with how full the parking lot was, most of the representatives attending the forum have already shown up. Indeed, when Jiang Chen stepped into the conference room at the end of the hall, all the eyes turned toward him. Other than the president of the three BAT giants, the people sitting here were all leaders of the tech industry as well as renowned reporters who stood beside the wall. Even then, he still only recognized two of them. And the embarrassing thing was, he knew them because of the stickers. 1. Jiang Chen quietly sat down at the only open seat and couldn't look to the mob bosses. 2. Smiling at him. Ahem, seeing everyone arrived, the man who sat at the end of the table stood up. He used an authoritative but gentle gaze to scan around the room. Although there is still 10 minutes before the start of the conference, everyone here is passionate about the cooperation between the two countries. Since everyone is here, let's start then. A round of applause rang in the conference room. Jiang Chen's eyes stopped at the man standing as he clapped with the crowd. From his impression, the person speaking must be the Minister of Economics and Trade Cooperation. Confirming Jiang Chen's speculation, the man with a smile raised his hand. Let me introduce myself. I'm Pan Fong, the Minister of Economics and Trade Cooperation. The tech industry is a booming industry and an area the country places a great deal of emphasis on. Everyone here is leaders of the tech field. As a person who ran a steel plant before, who know nothing of the industry, I won't interrupt and leave the time to all of you. Talk, discuss, communicate. If you can reach an agreement, it would be beneficial for the citizens of both countries. Now, let's introduce the president of Baidu, Li Yanhong, to deliver a speech. With applause, the man with gelled hair stood up. Thank you, Minister Pan, for your introduction. I will say a few words then. Li Yanhong was indeed worthy as the company's president. He had an in-depth understanding of the Internet's prospects and an understanding of key points. Although it was a casual speech, it offered many of unique insights which even made Jiang Chen, as someone who didn't know too much about it, agree. At the same time, Jiang Chen also noted that many of the presidents took out a small notebook and carefully wrote down notes. After all, it was the president of Baidu that spoke. Baidu is the benchmark in the tech industry and any of their moves would cause a small earthquake in the field. About 10 minutes, during a round of applause, Li Yanhong ended his speech and nodded to the applauding crowd with a smile. Just as Jiang Chen thought the two Ma bosses would talk together, Li Yanhong looked to his direction and continued. The point of view of the future of the Internet is just my own opinion. In this regard, I believe that the Wall Street praised Future Group president, Mr. Jiang Chen, must have a more iconic view on the future of the Internet. I hope Mr. Jiang Chen won't be stingy and deliver his opinion. Inside the conference room, all eyes once again zoomed onto Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sensed the discontent in Li Yanhong's eyes and immediately understood his intention. Not only industry leaders and officials were inside the conference room, but the reporters with cameras were also all waiting for him to speak. If he backed down now, it would make Future Technology look inferior compared to Baidu. As the president of Future Group, Jiang Chen would not allow such an event to occur. Although he didn't prepare a script about the future of the Internet, after a short deliberation, he still stood up with a smile. Because he didn't know the most appropriate introduction, Jiang Chen cleared his throat first and organized his thoughts in his head. When they heard the two light coughs, the bosses of the tech companies he couldn't distinguish and even the two Ma bosses took out their notebooks. Jiang Chen saw this scene as he facepalmed in his mind. Is this necessary? I just coughed. Then, since Mr. Li invited me to talk, I will say a few things. I will talk only about one point about the future of the internet. With a pause, Jiang Chen raised one finger, innovation. The sound of notes shuffling filled the conference room, which made Jiang Chen proud but embarrassed at the same time. What made him proud was that the once unreachable tech giants were all listening to his opinion like students. What made him embarrassed was that the point he was going to deliver was made up on the spot. From P2P to O2O, internet has penetrated every field of our lives. On the surface, it is the shift of societal norms, but ultimately, its birth originates from innovation. And what's the motive behind innovation? Jiang Chen scanned the tech giants around the table with a curvature appearing on his mouth when he saw how they were all concentrating on him. He then raised a second finger. It is technology. The birth of any new technology meant the birth of a new market. Such as the technology of Future 1.0, where the increased hardware efficiency enabled the creation of apps with high hardware demand. For example, the virtual reality technology that will open the door to the virtual world. I'm not here to brag about future technology's technical advancement but simply illustrating a fact. It is undeniable that there are other factors important for a company. But what I want to say is what determined future technology and to an extent Future Group's current market position is neither marketing means nor business relationships, it is technology. Jiang Chen just wanted to say a few words, but since he started to talk, 15 minutes passed in a blink of an eye. Jiang Chen didn't explain any difficult concepts but only focused on how future technology grew from a company with an initial capital of $500,000 to a money printing machine valued over hundreds of billions by Wall Street in such a short period of time. Perhaps Jiang Chen's words inspired the audience, or perhaps humans naturally lacked immunity to success stories. The audience was drawn to and intoxicated by the speech. When his speech ended, the room was blown away by thunderous applause. Jiang Chen sat down and smiled at Li Yanhong. However, what surprised Jiang Chen was he didn't see any disappointment on his face, but rather a grin that resembled his success. The applauses gradually stopped, and Li Yanhong stood up again and looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Remarkable speech. I personally agree with your perspective. Boss Li paused, and then looked at the media around the conference room and continued to display his standard smile. Technology is the stairs to human advancement, and because of technology, our future can be better. As the president of an internet company, I think the spirit of the internet is sharing. Then Mr. Jiang Chen, are you willing to make open the virtual reality technology to Han enterprises with the belief of sharing and improving together, so your home country can become a major tech power in the world? The atmosphere in the conference room instantly quieted down. Minister Pan Feng looked at Li Yanhong, surprised, but the tech leaders and reporters all looked at Jiang Chen, hopeful. Ma Huateng nonchalantly peered at Jiang Chen and Li Yanhong without saying a word. He didn't know the motive behind Baidu's move. At the focus of thousands of eyes, Jiang Chen slowly said. With all respect due, Mr. Li calls using the generosity of other people as sharing? Li Yanhong clearly took a moment to process as he didn't expect Jiang Chen would say this, but he soon reacted, of course not, you must have misinterpreted what I meant. I'm talking about you registering your patent. Exchanging protection with making the technology available, and charging a patent fee to companies that use the technology. Therefore, it not only ensures the interest of your company, but it also benefits Han tech companies by allowing them to enter the virtual reality market fairly. What's stopping you? The two speeches slapped two accusations on Jiang Chen. One was generosity, one was patriotism. If refused, that meant he would have to accept the two accusations. The two were completely unrelated but connected together by non-existent logic. It was similar to the common phrases on the web: if you're so rich, why don't you go donate? If you don't agree, you're not Han. The two sentences were extremely similar. If you have the technology that leads the world, why don't you share with us? I refuse. Li Yanhong was stunned, so were the presidents at the conference and the reporters on the side. Although they didn't believe Jiang Chen would give up his technology with just a few words, they didn't expect Jiang Chen to outright reject without using any words to subtly express the idea. This is a monopoly, unjust usage of market dominance to hinder technical advancement. Are you sure you want to do that? Li Yanhong said. Jiang Chen suddenly burst out laughing. Monopoly? Unjust usage of market dominance? Are you really the right person to say this? Mr. Li. Why can't I say this? A hint of infuriation flashed across Li Yanhong's eyes, but his expression was still normal. Do you not allow people to speak if you did something wrong? The buying and selling for forums, manipulating search rankings, publishing fake medial ads, violating publishing rights, censoring searches because a site owner criticized you on Weibo. Is this what you refer to as maintaining market order? I won't say anything else. Please tell me, Mr. Li. The same thing, do you dare to do it in your own country? Mr. Li with a green card, do you dare to answer my question? Jiang Chen stared straight into Li Yanhong's eyes as he stated word by word. The scandals were suddenly brought onto the table. Li Yanhong, who had control of the situation, suddenly looked mortified. Please watch your usage of words. If there is an inaccuracy in reporting, you will have to take responsibility. Then please provide facts to rebuttal me. There is no need for a rebuttal. All the activities of our company are legal. We are currently not in any major lawsuits. Li Yanhong skipped through the green card point. He had been carefully hiding this, although it was not a secret in the industry. It was still bad if it caught the public's attention. Jiang Chen suddenly started laughing again, but his laughter this time was more cheerful. What are you laughing at? Li Yanhong's face turned red as he said in embarrassment. This has to do with another joke, but it would be inappropriate to say, so I won't speak more. Jiang Chen nodded at Pan Feng, the latter looked away, and then he gazed at Li Yanhong again. All future technologies are independently researched and developed. Our technologies are considered corporate secrets and are within the boundary of law. The monopoly you're referring to, I want to ask, what's your definition of a monopoly? Is Baidu considered a monopoly? The definition of a monopoly? Mr. Jiang with such a big company should learn some law. The definition of a monopoly is dependent on the size of the market. And us, we are definitely not a monopoly. There is more than one company doing search engine. I can do it, and you definitely can do it. I didn't use my market position to prevent anyone from doing so. We just use our strong user stickiness and use users' trust to obtain our current-day market position. Mr. Li argued. Then did I use future technologies' market position to prevent you from designing, researching, and selling virtual reality products? Jiang Chen asked with curiosity as his fingers crossed over his knee. I know you have been acquiring controlling stakes in VR companies domestically, preparing to create both hardware and content, and then pushing out entertainment straight out of your brand with your own VR products. I know all of that, but because of your inferior technology, you are accusing us of creating a monopoly and disrupting the market. You depend on users' stickiness, and we depend on technology and user experience. Can you say you're more righteous? You. Li Hongyan's face was completely bloated as he couldn't think of a rebuttal due to his lack of words. Monopoly is a concept that all major international companies are associated with. Some companies achieve monopoly through advanced technology, some companies achieve monopoly through the operating philosophy that customer is God, some use their unique and irreplaceable nature. Though regardless, they achieved a monopoly through market competition. Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. Mr. Li, do you dare to say that you achieved a monopoly through market competition with your conscience? Is Baidu's monopoly really positive to the market? Li Hongyan's face turned as red as a pig liver's due to Jiang Chen's words, making him speechless without defense. Boss Ma wanted to help him out, but when he scanned the reporters on the side, he swallowed the words that came up to his throat. Pan Feng, who sat at the head of the table, could no longer watch this as he awkwardly coughed. Please sit down, we're here to seek cooperation and not search for divergence. Baidu wanting future technology to provide virtual reality technology is not wrong from their perspective. Future technology refusing Baidu's proposition is not wrong either. I hope the rest of the discussion can take place in a friendly atmosphere. Media, please don't dwell on this topic. Pan Feng scanned the reporters in the conference room with a stern look. The previously lively atmosphere became awkward after being disrupted by their standoff. Ma Huatang stood up, coughed, and prepared to play the role of the middleman. Then, the forum will continue. I just want to say one thing about virtual reality cooperation. Jiang Chen stood up, interrupted Boss Ma, and looked expressionlessly at the livid Li Yanhong. I welcome partners. For unreasonable people, please excuse yourself. Then, Jiang Chen turned around and left the room with no regard to the shocked tech giants and reporters. An early exit? Everyone was shocked, they still hadn't recovered from Jiang Chen's speech and his authoritative exit. It wasn't an internal meeting of a corporation but a business forum that was connected to the economic cooperation of two countries. The Huaxian Forum wasn't only comprised of individuals from the tech field, but everyone knew the tech field was the focus of this business forum. While Li Yanhong's aggressive comments seemed to be at fault first, was Jiang Chen's reaction too excessive? This immature action in this kind of setting didn't suit his position as the president of a multinational company. His temper belonged to a reckless man, not a shrewd businessman seeking a partnership opportunity. Was Jiang Chen being immature? Yesterday, he and Lu Xianghua discussed this question during their conversation. During tomorrow's business forum, keep an eye on Li Yanhong. Li Yanhong. If I remember correctly, he's the boss of Baidu. Is there a problem with him? No problem. Baidu is always a politically correct company with firm support. Lu Xianghua sipped on his tea and narrowed his eyes sluggishly. But because of this, he won't be friendly to you. Could you elaborate on this? With your deviousness, you know exactly what I mean. Lu Xianghua put down his teacup. Deviousness? If possible, I hope you can use a different descriptive word, Jiang Chen said wryly. Young man, there aren't a lot of people who could be called devious by me. The elder paused, and opened his wrinkled eyelids slightly. To put it simply, the people at the top have divergent opinions about you. Please explain, Jiang Chen humbly said. Perhaps it was because they already formed an alliance, but Lu Xianghua didn't keep anything hidden from him. Some people think future group's technology should be owned by the country since artificial intelligence, virtual reality, nutrient supply, and deep water mining are all beneficial to both the country and its people. Jiang Chen didn't feel too shocked when he heard Lu Xianghua's words. Although Hua didn't express any official opinion on this matter, he doubted they knew nothing about future group. If you're interested in nutrient supply, we can work together, but deep water mining is a bit difficult. We already signed a technology non-proliferation agreement with BHP. It would be risky for us to engage in direct conflict with an international mining giant. Deepwater mining would probably be the most attractive to Hua, and its appeal should be even greater compared to virtual reality technology, since this technology could strengthen sovereignty over the ocean, while virtual reality's military applications were far less appealing compared to commercial usage. But Lu Xianghua didn't seem to be too hooked on this point. He glared at Jiang Chen before continuing. Another group of people thinks this is like killing the chicken for the egg and being overpossessive. If Linhua Group didn't use unlawful methods or use the power of SASAC to cut future technologies options, perhaps you wouldn't be forced away. I don't disagree. Jiang Chen nodded. Just as he said, if it wasn't for the Wang family's hideous intentions, he wouldn't have left. But on the other hand, Future Group started its expansion after it stepped out of restrictive boundaries to grow to its size today. The Wang Hai Wang family you are familiar with belongs in the first group, and the supporter behind Li Yanhong also happens to be in that group. During the business forum, he will use the opportunity to make trouble for you. What will he do? Jiang Chen asked. He won't do anything out of the line, he'll ask you questions that put you on the spot and test your bottom line at most. What you need to be is authoritative, Lu Xianghua said without much emotion in his voice. Authoritative? I understand. While the Lu family was the leader of families, the politics of the republic wasn't controlled by the Red nobles. Although the Lu family was willing to act as the protective umbrella of Future Group, Lu Xianghua couldn't neglect the opinions of his colleagues whose positions were no lower than his. He needed an opportunity, and this opportunity had to be provided by Jiang Chen by acting with force during the business forum. The premise was that the people who viewed Future Group as an outsider weren't repulsed by Future Group's technology. Future technology was different from Google. Baidu copied Google's technology, so the departure of the disobedient Google had no influence on Hua, but Future technology was different, its technology was irreplaceable. Because of this, as long as it was within an appropriate range, the more authoritative Jiang Chen acted, the easier it would be for the Lu family to negotiate with their colleagues. Even without considering virtual reality technology, with the tension in the area continuing to escalate, Hua wouldn't want to push too hard on a dictator worth cooperating with. Just on this point alone, the people at the top reached a consensus. Seeing Jiang Chen reach this understanding, Lu Xianghua nodded with satisfaction and joking said, I have a stronger confidence in you now. Why don't I introduce my niece to you? I'll pass. I already have too much to handle. Jiang Chen touched his nose with a troubled smile. Seeing Jiang Chen's rejection, although Lu Xianghua didn't look too pleased, he didn't say any more and just mocked him with a cold face. Young man, you should take care of your body so you don't regret it when you're older. Jiang Chen only shrugged at the elder's mocking words. I'll be careful. As if Lu Haotian had guessed Jiang Chen would leave early, he was already waiting by the stairs when Jiang Chen stepped out. Done already? Conversation didn't take off. Let's go. Before we go back to the hotel, I need you to take me somewhere. Jiang Chen left him hanging and walked directly to the parking lot. Clubs. I know a couple of fun places, but it isn't dark yet. Is that okay? Get out. Jiang Chen jokingly cursed. Jiang Chen didn't expect any specific agreements to be made during the business forum. He already delivered the message he needed to get across, so leaving early made no difference. The trouble was, his actions might be criticized. But the reason he did it could be attributed to the ill intentions of Baidu. Just for the sake of billions of USD per year, the Lu family would wipe his butt clean for him, so there was no need for him to worry about this. I guess when you left, Li Yanhong's expression must have been hilarious. Lu Haotian joked with Jiang Chen after he sat in the car. Han Feng's expression was even more hilarious, but is it bad if I left a bad impression on him? Don't worry. Although he's at a ministry level, he doesn't have any real control. In terms of political stance, he belongs in the middle that doesn't cause any trouble. You should be more worried about Baidu, perhaps he'll take you down from his search engine, Lu Haotian joked. Only if he's willing to see all phones installed with Future 1.0, unable to use Baidu to search. Jiang Chen sank in his seat, unafraid. The car didn't drive for even 2 kilometers before Jiang Chen received a phone call from Ali that expressed their intentions to cooperate in a virtual reality online retailer. Just as he expected, even if the business forum didn't end on a good note, Future Technology's appeal was enough for him to not worry about the lack of interest. Not only Ali, but Penguin and the proud Baidu from the business forum subsequently called him. For his potential partners or competitors, Jiang Chen didn't immediately promise anything. Instead, he suggested that only once Future Technology's newly appointed CEO came into office would he discuss cooperation. Jiang Chen's words stunned the representatives who called. There's going to be a new CEO for Future Technology. This was an incredible piece of news. Just when everyone was speculating who the new CEO would be, inside a coffee shop, Jiang Chen met with the next CEO of Future Technology recommended by Xia Xiyu. He had already met this person a couple times. In an old and low residential building in the rural area of Wanghai City, a Caucasian male in a gray jacket leaned against the radiator. His eyes were closed with a pleasant expression. I like this country. Whether it's the wealthy or poor, they can all enjoy warmth equally in the chilly winter. Giles, are you telling me you've been zoning out? The man sitting by the window looked to this side with a gloomy expression. The man referred to as Giles smiled. What else? My dear Ladisiv, you should learn to enjoy your current life. Ladisiv's face was still gloomy. He continued to stare at the grinning Giles for a long time before looking away. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. They looked at each other and exchanged eye contact, then Ladisiv put his hand on his waist while moving toward the door. After confirming the identity of the person at the door, Ladisiv was relieved and opened the heavy door. A man wearing a hat entered the room along with a gust of wind. He closed the door behind him and shook the snow off his body before dragging his feet into the living room. What's the situation? Ladisiv asked in an undertone. Mission failed, the man replied with broken English. He took off his jacket and threw it on the sofa. That's unfortunate. Where's our Mr. Warrior? Giles asked. Hirata was captured and mostly transported out of the country by Future Group. Professor won't be happy. Ladisiv's face grew even more gloomy because that meant he just kissed his bonus goodbye. In contrast to the fanatic alien hobbyist, he didn't care about the hidden conflict between the company and Willy society led by the Rothschild family, nor did he care about Burakoboto or the Golden Apple. As a mercenary, he only cared about money. The professor won't be happy, or he could feel otherwise. Oh. Giles looked at the man in surprise. Because I saw something interesting. The man laughed lightly, took off the hat on his head, and put it on the hanger by the wall. Perhaps our enemy isn't only a pawn of Willy society. If Xia Xiyu was here, she would be shocked. Because the face under the hat belonged to the suicide attacker who should have been blown to pieces. He should have been dead. Because of what happened last night, the higher-ups increased the security level of Jiang Chen by 2. Although his driver was still Lu Haotian, Jiang Chen could clearly sense that there wasn't only one car following his Hongqi L9. The number of police vehicles on the street increased exponentially. The higher-ups were fuming at the explosion that occurred at the hotel and held countless people in charge responsible for this incident. Inside a coffee shop, Jiang Chen met the newly appointed CEO. It was Ning Huajian, the previous project manager for Future 1.0 and one of the founding employees of Future Technology. He had a technical background and a meticulous personality. He valued directions from his superior more than his own thoughts. Because he previously worked on the core project Future 1.0, his familiarity with Future Technology was only second to Xia Xiyu. With him appointed as the new CEO, he could take over the operations of the company while lessening the impact of changing the CEO. Jiang Chen saw some luggage beside his feet. He must have just arrived in Shangjin without time to head to his hotel. I believe you have seen the email regarding the job change. You'll be the CEO of Future Technology and the general manager of the Hua area, responsible for the most important subsidiary of Future Group. You'll have to take the burden now, and I hope you won't disappoint my expectations, Jiang Chen said seriously to Ning Huajian, who carried a hint of weariness from travel. Please be assured, President, I won't disappoint you. Ning Jianhua raised his chest. Because of excitement, his voice started to tremble. His efforts towards Future Technology could be described as hardworking and outstanding, but he never thought he would become CEO of the company since CEO Xia's competency and ethics were impeccable. She was one of the founders of the company, and had an inexplicable relationship with the president. But now, the sudden change made everything a reality. With Xia Xiyu appointed as CEO of the group, her vacant position was going to be taken over by project manager Ning Jianhua. After he received the email in the morning, he boarded a plane at noon to Shangjin without hesitation and walked out of the airport by the afternoon. Jiang Chen nodded at Ning Jianhua, who was full of passion, and placed a contract in front of him. "This is your new contract. Although I could have delivered it through the mail, I hope to personally give this to you. Sorry for making you run." "No problem at all. This is what I should do. The specific benefits are written in the contract, take a look at it before you sign. Aside from that, 1% of Future Technologies' profits will be your bonus at the end of the year. Do you not need to look it over before you make a decision?" Jiang Chen asked as he saw Ning Jianhua was already signing his name on the contract. 1% of the profit of Future Technology. Considering Future Technology's current profitability, the number would at least exceed $100 million. No need. I trust the president. Ning Huajian calmed his hastened breaths, smiled, and put the pen aside. If he was signing with anyone else, Ning Huajian would definitely be cautious. But he was signing with Jiang Chen, the highest-ranked Han man on Forbes' wealth list, the president of a 100 billion company, his own boss. He didn't think of any reason why Jiang Chen would trick him into a false contract. Since Jiang Chen was giving him such an important position, that already demonstrated his trust in him. What Ning Huajian did was to return his trust with his actions. Jiang Chen laughed and took the copy that belonged to him. "Okay, stop trying to flatter me. From today on, you'll be the new CEO of Future Technology. I won't say much more, but for the role of Future 1.0's project manager, get someone with the ability to replace you. This is one of Future Technology's key projects. Be assured that I'll get on it once I return." Jiang Chen then instructed Ning Huajian on a few more things before patting him on the shoulder to give him encouragement. He then took his leave. Outside the coffee shop, Lu Haotian glanced at Ning Huajian, who just passed him, then took out his car keys. Not long after, Jiang Chen walked out of the coffee shop and walked toward him. "Is that the new CEO of Future Technology?" "That's right. He'll be responsible for contacting you. Of course, this news hasn't been released to the public yet. Before the end of the delegation, I hope you can keep it confidential. Is he trustworthy?" Lu Haotian started the car and grinned. Since this was related to the gray exchange between the Lu family and Future Group, if the information was leaked, even if Lu family's power could cover up the news, it would be a problematic scandal regardless. If he wasn't trustworthy, would I give him control over such a big company? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and asked back. Lu Haotian seemed to accept Jiang Chen's explanation and didn't say anything else. He started the car and headed to the hotel. With the cooperation of XIN, the news only provided a brief summary of the explosion that happened a day ago. News of the first round of the business forum concluding without a happy ending was suppressed due to consideration of the bigger picture. Afterward, the media was engaged by another piece of news. The president of Future Group conducted a news conference and announced the establishment of a personal charity fund named Jiang Charity Fund with an initial fund of $300 million. He suggested contributing at least $500 million every year. The charitable fund was a non-public fund by nature, and the fund was mostly concerned with building education, health, and public infrastructure in poor areas. The head of Han Charity Organization and the mayor of Shangjin all highly praised Jiang Chen's generosity. The media all heaped an overwhelming amount of praise on him. XIN's president, Zhang Yapin, spoke to the media saying that there were no limits when it came to charity, and Jiang Chen's actions would become a symbol of friendship between the two countries. At the same time, Hua's #1 official expressed his agreement. The fund manager was a man named Wu Butao, arranged by the Lu family. Jiang Chen didn't want Future Group to be too involved with the daily operations of the fund and fully relinquished control to the Lu family. If anything happened, they just needed to bring this Wu Butao out as a scapegoat, and this wouldn't negatively influence Future Group. $300 million was approximately 1/10 of Future Group's profits in Hua. Of course, this number would probably more than double next year, because the server for the Phantom would come online by the beginning of next year, when the worldly virtual reality MMORPG would be officially released. A lot of Wall Street analysts provided estimates that as long as no problems existed with the operation, just the MMORPG would generate at least $2 billion in annual profit. And this didn't include the one-time profit of selling the helmet. Quite comically, the netizens of Hua didn't bring up many opinions about Jiang Chen in the delegation, since they always viewed Jiang Chen as their own. The reason why nobody brought it up was because the two countries were not comparable in terms of power. There was a friendly relationship, no competition, a high number of cultural similarities, and a common enemy. If Jiang Chen immigrated to the other country and it was exposed by the public, he would be criticized half-dead by keyboard warriors. But with the charitable fund becoming public, no one cared about his nationality. With Future Group's purposeful manipulation of public opinion, major social media outlets once again were flooded by the generous rich. Although Jiang Chen didn't care how people viewed him, to be frank, he felt good when so many praised him. Especially when all the girls on Weibo spammed, Jiang Chen, I want to bear your baby, or, nation's husband, mua mua mua, €, wait, something wasn't right. Whatever. Let's put the charitable cause aside. The Zhou family, who put up a good attitude, began to feel worried when Jiang Chen didn't contact them. Seeing that Jiang Chen suddenly started a charity, Lu Xianghua suddenly changed his stance during the internal discussion and pointed his spear at the supporter behind Li Yanhong and the Wang family, who held a strong opinion against Future Group. Zhou Antai immediately realized the Lu family already contacted Jiang Chen and clearly reached some form of agreement. While he was cursing how Lu Xianghua screwed him over, Zhou Antai couldn't do anything about that. From the beginning, the Zhou family was on the opposite side against the Wang family and stood with Future Group. Even if he changed his stance now, the people on the opposite side wouldn't view him too highly. Regardless of where it came from, the grass on top of the wall, was unwelcome. The Zhou family starting to lose their cool and contacted Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen thought it was comical when the Zhou family came in contact through Zhou Zihao. He obviously guessed the Zhou family was there to ask for benefits. But different from the Lu family with influence concentrated in politics, the Zhou family's connections and resources concentrated on military tech, energy, and other state-owned enterprises. Jiang Chen knew they didn't need more cash, but rather, wanted to help them gain technical prowess. Jiang Chen didn't let the Zhou family leave empty-handed. Instead, he took out the piece of cake known as nutrient supply and tied Zhou family to Future Group's bandwagon. With the Zhou family in the lead, they established a food company with an import and export license in Yangqing to purchase military-grade nutrient supply with high calories and nutrient level from Xian. The product was repackaged and sold to the military logistics department. In theory, Hua's military could not directly partner up with foreign entities, but through this gimmick, the problem was gone. Compared with Russia with a weak economy, Hua with a booming economy was, without a doubt, a partner with a brighter future. The Zhou family decisively signed a contract for 3 million boxes of nutrient supply. Just this batch alone netted Jiang Chen $600 million alone. As to how much the Zhou family would gain politically on this military necessity with long shelf life, high efficiency, and low logistical demand wasn't something of his concern. The 3-day delegation concluded. With business contracts worth $2 billion, the Xian president along with the rest of the delegation boarded the plane at the airport in the capital. Based on the previous plan, Jiang Chen would follow Xian's delegation on board to UA. But because of the small incident that happened at the hotel, it made him change his mind. Before he was certain the CIB was uninvolved with this attack, he didn't want to joke about his own safety. Therefore, Jiang Chen temporarily cancelled his plan to accompany the delegation. Instead, he chose a representative from Future Group to replace him on this visit. Some people were secretively happy about Jiang Chen's decision while some people expressed their regret. But regardless, Future Group was only a company by definition, and a missing president wouldn't affect the relationship between two countries. While the UA president welcomed Xian's delegation, the new president of UA personally sent Jiang Chen an email to express his regret Jiang Chen couldn't make the business forum that took place on Wall Street. But the president only expressed regret from his personal perspective without delivering many thoughts. They wouldn't know if the attack at the hotel was related to CIB or not, they could only express understanding regarding why Jiang Chen made this decision. Since CIB conducted an attack on Jiang Chen without approval before, it was reasonable that the attack was related to CIB. But the CIB director in the far flow felt wronged as this attack had nothing to do with CIB at all, but he was called multiple times to the Rainbow Mansion by the president. The intention for the newly elected president to win over Xian through Jiang Chen was obvious. He wouldn't be foolish enough to make a move on Jiang Chen at this time. Especially since the last mission in Hua caused CIB's force in Hua to be severely crippled. Even if he wanted to do something, it was questionable if he had the ability. Night in Wanghai was as illuminating as an ocean of stars. The shadow of the reinforced concrete was as gloomy as a dark forest. A long time ago, Jiang Chen thought this place was all there was to the world. He would fight here for a 50-square-meter apartment and a steady job. But right now, as he glanced down from the plane above, he felt this was all so trivial. He had two purposes for returning to Wanghai. One was to discuss the virtual reality online retailer pilot project, the other was to fulfill a promise. When he sent Zhang Yapin on his way to UA, he also boarded a plane and headed to Wanghai with Lu Haotian's company. Aisha wasn't with him. To prevent the assassins hidden in the dark from attacking Xia Xiyu, Jiang Chen chose to leave her with Xia Xiyu. Before Xia Xiyu left for Xian, she still needed to return to Xiangjiang to tie some loose ends. The CEO handover still required 1 week of time, and she still needed some personal time to make sure everything was in order. Because she was an only child, she planned to bring her parents to Xian to make it easier to take care of the two elders. It would require her to return to her hometown and first bring the two elders in Xiangjiang. Jiang Chen raised both his hands in support of Xia Xiyu bringing her parents along. His parents lived a great life in Xian with a mansion, boat, and servants, but the downside was that they never really saw their relatives and friends, so they were quite lonely. Since Xia Xiyu's parents were close to his parents, they could visit each other and at least form a table of mahjong. Aisha disagreed with his decision to not bring her along. The attack did happen at a hotel and she was obviously worried about Jiang Chen being alone, but he used one sentence to convince her. If they really choose me as a target, that's the worst decision they'll make. In terms of personal combat abilities, only a few in the world could beat him. The reason why he chose to go alone was also to trick the snake into coming out of hiding. Aisha had to follow his orders. But she still insisted on moving the ghost agent waiting for orders in Hua close to him to prevent any unsuspected situations from occurring. When they got off the plane, Jiang Chen's ride went from a Hongqi L9 to a Benz. The person responsible for delegate reception didn't speak much with the two of them as he handed them the key before leaving. Before he left Hua, his identity was considered a foreign delegate, so he would be accompanied by people from the concierge department. But because this was the Wang family's territory, before Wang Dihai made his stance clear, the local concierge couldn't be overly friendly to Jiang Chen. Compared to the arrangements in Shangjin, Wang Hai's attitude toward Jiang Chen wasn't like he was receiving a president of a multinational company at all. I hope you don't mind. Since you did trick him into Coral Island's investment project, it's understandable for the Wang family to have a little attitude, Lu Haotian explained to Jiang Chen after he sat into the driver's seat. Of course I don't mind, as long as they don't come to make trouble, Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. Even the number one official won't go against the Liu and Zhou families simultaneously, let alone the Wang family. So you don't have to worry, they know the extent they can go. But you have to be careful and avoid letting them get any material to blackmail you with. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Haotian in surprise and smiled. Oh. You already know. Jiang Chen was referring to the agreement between Future Group and the Zhou family regarding nutrient supply. Of course, Lu Haotian answered concisely. It was already late into the night. Jiang Chen rejected Lu Haotian's hotel arrangements and instead, he inputted a location on the GPS and asked him to take him there. The car quickly arrived in a wealthy area. In the apocalypse, past Sujiang was Jiang Chen's Camp 27. But in the modern world, there was only a small mansion that belonged to him there. Before he left Wanghai, he gave the key to this place to Lu Yao. A house couldn't be left unattended without people living inside because even the most beautiful mansion would become a haunted house. Since he had no close friends in Hua nor did he lack the money, he gave it to his mistress. Jiang Chen's identity information was still registered at security at the gate. He pressed his thumb before security allowed him access. The car arrived in front of the mansion. Lu Haotian saw the light was still on and looked at Jiang Chen. Someone is inside. Jiang Chen didn't answer his question. He unbuckled his seatbelt and looked at him without a change in expression. Pick me up tomorrow at 9. Since your travel is paid for, I won't arrange your accommodations. Lu Haotian understood Jiang Chen's true meaning as he smirked. Without saying anything, he left. Jiang Chen took a deep breath in front of the door. Just as he was about to press the alarm, he saw the light in the bathroom on the second floor and an evil smile appeared on his face. Whenever he thought about Lu Yao's 36D curvature, his couldn't control his urge to prank her. It was 10 o'clock at night. Just like her usual nighttime routine, Lu Yao took a rose-scented bath after exercising. As a celebrity rising in popularity and as the mistress of Future Group's president, she took extra care of herself. She knew everything she possessed today was all because of that man. If that man lost interest in her, she would have nothing. Lu Yao washed away the sweat on her body, stared at the water droplets rolling down her tender skin and relaxed. The white mist from the bathtub fogged up her vision and allowed her thoughts to gradually rise with the mist. Among the rose petals, the water reflected a stunning face. The face that made countless women jealous and countless men smitten was mixed with a hint of melancholy. She recollected the week of vacation on Coral Island with Jiang Chen and her face began to turn red. Although she was just a mistress, the feeling of giving up above cloud 9 every time Jiang Chen gave it to her made her hooked to him like drugs. It made her sometimes wonder if she wasn't a mistress. Lu Yao forcefully shook her wet hair and snapped back from her unrealistic thoughts. She stared at the rose petals in the bathtub and scorned herself. It's impossible, intoxicated in an unrealistic dream would only hurt herself. She knew the only reason he accepted her wasn't because of love but because her presence happened to fill the regrets of his past carried in his heart. She couldn't pass the boundary and turn this emotion from intimacy to a hindrance. If she really wanted him to give her a righteous name, it would cause trouble for him, and of course, he wouldn't give in. And that would mean she would no longer be a mistress. Perhaps Future Technologies CEO, Xia Xiyu, would be his future wife. Or perhaps the exotic girl who always followed him would be, her name was Aisha or something. Lu Yao heard him mentioning her during their video chat. But regardless, I won't be one of the candidates. Her glowing skin, smooth as jade, weaved through the water surface covered in petals. Lu Yao splashed the milky bath water on her face and combed her black hair mixed with petals to the back of her head. Splash, she stood up and dragged a bath towel to cover up her attractive figure. Her gorgeous feet stepped out of the bathtub onto the cold floor. She walked in front of a mirror. Just as she was about to pick up the hair dryer, she suddenly heard something that resembled a heavy object hitting the ground in the living room. Her hand holding the dryer stopped in midair and Lu Yao held her breath. It was quite frightening to hear a weird sound living in a massive house alone. She was certain she heard something drop on the floor in the living room. Could it be a thief? Lu Yao's heart suddenly flinched and her face turned pale white. But she soon rejected the possibility. No thief could get into the community with such a high level of security. But if it wasn't a thief, who was it? She gulped, put down the dryer, sneakily moved to the door, and put her ear against the door although she thought she was being too suspicious with an action like this. She held her breath and listened for a while without hearing any other sounds. Was I just hearing things? I must be too tired lately. Lu Yao was relieved and gently leaned against the door. Because of the popularity of her movie, her popularity increased as well. Not only did more movies come her way, but she even received invitations from label companies. She sang in movies and her pure but melodious voice received countless positive comments on the web, so some label companies thought to ask her to release an album. Because of the recording sessions, she had been tired every day. Perhaps she was so exhausted that she was now hearing things. Lu Yao comforted herself. But just as she felt relieved, she suddenly heard music outside the door. This sudden music scared Lu Yao to death, but her face quickly turned red because she realized that the music was her new ringtone. Who's calling? As she thought to herself, Lu Yao took another towel and wrapped her hair. When she put her hand on the doorknob, Lu Yao gently bit her red lips. She already convinced herself that the sound from the living room was just an illusion, but she still felt anxious when it came time to leave the bathroom. She took a deep breath, turned the doorknob, and peeked out the door. After confirming there was nothing outside, her ears burned for acting so over the top. Her right hand squeezed her towel in front of her chest and she ran to her room with her wet feet. She picked up the phone from her table. She was stunned. There had been no phone call. When she unlocked her screen, she discovered it was a music player playing. What just rang wasn't her ringtone but music downloaded to her phone. Intense fear began to overwhelm her. There was someone else in the room. Someone opened her phone. To lure her here. With lips trembling, Lu Yao's face was deathly white. She didn't even dare to turn her head as she was afraid to see a strange face. Her naked feet moved back while shaking. She couldn't even find the courage to run back. Suddenly, the lights turned off. Lu Yao screamed and turned around to run. But before she ran 2 steps, she smashed into a firm chest. The man in black hugged her, threw her onto the bed, and jumped to cover her mouth. His strong muscles were like rocks, regardless of how her graceful hands punched him, it was futile. With his free left hand, the man pulled open her white towel. Just then, that man screamed out in agony. When Lu Yao heard his scream, she stopped. The scream sounded familiar. The man let her go, removed his comical mask, and rolled his eyes at her. Biting me when you see me, are you a dog? Tears began to flow out of her eyes. With the help of the moonlight, Jiang Chen started to lose his collected cool. Don't cry, I came to give you a surprise. Ahem, of course, it was my bad to scare you. I'm sorry. Lu Yao's intense reaction was something he expected. But to be honest, when he saw her reaction, Jiang Chen felt an odd happiness. Of course, he reflected upon himself. Although she was his mistress, and although it was just a prank, when he thought about it carefully, it was over the line to do something like this to a woman living alone. Pervert. Lu Yao threw the towel on her head onto Jiang Chen's head in embarrassment. The aroma of rose engulfed his nose and made Jiang Chen's mind bewildered. He removed the towel on his head and awkwardly touched his nose. Sorry, I did. Do you want to continue? Without sitting up on the bed, Lu Yao gently bit her lips and her face reflected a hint of attractive shyness. The petals between her hair and the dim moonlight scattered in the room made her attractive figure glow even more. What, just? Don't make me say it. Lu Yao, with her hair messy, pouted and looked away. Jiang Chen felt a lower abdominal heat turning on as his breathing turned heavy. He threw the towel to the ground and didn't forget to put on the comical black mask. Lu Yao's screams reverberated in the room again. While she was fending off the attacker with her graceful fists, the dark room became lively again. Either she was a great actress or because the reunion made her especially impassioned, Lu Yao's acting was impeccable. The moon was covered by an embarrassed cloud, unable to directly shine on the intimacy of the room. Translator, _min_editor, Karen_. To use immersive virtual reality in the world of e-commerce was the next step for future technology after VR MMORPG. Imagine being able to shop without leaving home or going on a shopping spree without moving from the computer. Oh no, the person in front of the helmet would no longer have to worry if the clothes bought online would fit because you could take the clothes out from the shopping cart and directly put it on your body to try them yourself. With the introduction of VR shopping, it meant that the only advantage of physical stores would cease to exist. Physical storefronts compared to e-commerce stores without an actual location lacked the advantage of saving on rent costs. Now that the VR shopping experience was brought to the same level, it could be foreseen that once it was adopted by the mass market, it would bring disruptive changes to retail and even real estate markets. Technology with such a bright future was obviously not going to be ignored by the e-commerce giants. For example, VR shopping, or the concept known as Buy Plus, was initiated by Ali at the beginning of 2016, but because of the restrictive nature of technology, Ali's VR shopping experience had a lackluster effect, far less than promoted. It was impractical to design an interactive VR experience for every store due to the work required, and it also greatly increased the number of stores that could register at a VR mall. Also, VR glasses could only bring a limited experience to customers. With just images alone, it offered no difference compared to shopping through a screen. But if they used high-tech 3D movement capture technology to replicate the physical dimensions of the products, it would increase the cost. Would customers really purchase VR glasses with a price tag of over $1,000 just to shop? Perhaps yes, but rich people only accounted for a small portion of sales. Therefore, Buy Plus required a medium that had a high market penetration rate that could also maximize the shopping experience. The Phantom medium happened to satisfy both conditions. The high sales set the foundation for a massive user base. Immersive virtual reality technology would provide a comprehensive experience to users. Because of this, Ali chose to contact Jiang Chen immediately after the business forum, hoping to partner up in the VR plus e-commerce strategy. But Jiang Chen didn't immediately reply to Ma Yun, who called him personally because he still had to discuss this with Xia Xiyu. He wondered if they should partner up or take care of the retail aspect in-house. Could future technology ditch Ali and do e-commerce themselves? After discussion, Jiang Chen and Xia Xiyu both reached a consensus that while it was theoretically possible, there was no practical reason to do so. Future technology had no experience in the e-commerce market, and it would be a lost cause if they spent a large amount of time and energy to start in the e-commerce division. Just like building an aircraft carrier, it wasn't necessary to build every single screw themselves. With an absolute advantage in technology, future technology only needed to focus on developing the channel while the content could be created by Ali, JD, Amazon, and eBay, who all had a wealth of experience and resources. As for how the partnership would take place, that was the purpose of Jiang Chen's visit to Wanghai. The next morning, Lu Haotian arrived at the mansion as promised. When he saw Jiang Chen walking out of the mansion glowing, he guessed what happened last night. He only smirked without saying anything and opened the door for Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen set the destination on the GPS, Lu Haotian took Jiang Chen on his way. There were a lot of enterprises that invited Jiang Chen to discuss a VR plus e-commerce relationship, both domestic and international players. Based on the negotiation strategy discussed with Xia Xiyu, Jiang Chen didn't look for Ali first but rather, he sought out Ali's international competitor, Amazon. Amazon first asked Future Technology to make development tools and licensing available for virtual reality, and the e-commerce application would be designed by them. It wasn't the right time to make development tools available. Based on their proposal, it was equivalent to Amazon getting rid of them. If VR plus e-commerce became extremely successful, it would have nothing to do with Future Technology. The two parties couldn't compromise at all on the fundamental problem and negotiations couldn't continue, so Jiang Chen stopped trying to negotiate with them and directly went to speak with eBay. When Amazon realized Future Group wasn't going to negotiate with them further, they instantly became anxious. Since Future Technology was the only company that mastered immersive virtual reality technology, if Amazon allowed their competitor to create a virtual reality platform first, it would be a detrimental blow to Amazon's business. Amazon realized this immediately and changed their strong stance. They signaled their willingness to make concessions on software while requesting another negotiation session. Therefore, the two-party meeting became a three-party meeting. At the same time, Ali, who was excluded, could no longer sit around. They previously thought Jiang Chen would go seek them out, but Future Technology was almost close to reaching an agreement with Amazon and eBay. Ali couldn't fall at the hands of their competitors now. Based on the popularity of the Phantom in the international market, it was a great opportunity for Ali to expand its international market through a VR platform. Boss Ma, who just flew from Shangjin to Wanghai, immediately sat down with Jiang Chen and invited him for a meal at his own place. Han people had the tradition of discussing business over the dinner table. Since Boss Ma personally invited Jiang Chen for a drink, it gave him all the respect he was due. Jiang Chen had been waiting for exactly this. Of course, he wasn't just waiting for Ma Yun to propose a few toasts over the dinner table, nor was he planning to exclude Ali from negotiations entirely. The reason why he didn't actively seek negotiations with Ali first was just to force Ali to stop sitting around. Future Technology was close to a deal with eBay and Amazon. As the fourth party with aspirations of being included, Ali had to bring some sincerity to the negotiation table. Ali didn't disappoint Jiang Chen. Compared to the foreign companies with stricter terms, they not only made concessions in cooperation, but they even proposed a plan clearly more favorable to Future Technology. When Amazon and eBay saw this, they knew they had been tricked. Considering how interested Jiang Chen looked, Ali's representative was relieved. The exact plan was the following: Future Technology would design a platform-based software, with Ali to provide the content. Users would purchase items from Future Technology's virtual reality market with Ali deciding which goods could enter the market. Confirmation of the purchase would be done through the internal browser in the helmet, which would jump to Taobao page, or Taobao could design a more simple purchase and pay page for the virtual reality market. It was like Future Technology was the market, while Ali and other e-commerce giants were suppliers and store leasers. The former dictated the location while the latter provided the supplies. The retailers registered under each e-commerce platform were like products on the shelf. To put it simply, Future Technology only provided the platform, so e-commerce was still e-commerce. With this plan, Jiang Chen threw his previously prepared plan away. The professionals indeed knew what they were doing, so he didn't have any reason to reject their plan at all. While Amazon and eBay were displeased, they couldn't bring out a better proposal. They could only accept this proposal. Later, Jiang Chen invited other e-commerce platforms interested in VR into the negotiation. Each party would be given a market share, divide the VR distribution channel, and enhance the partnership agreement. In a week, 8 VR plus e-commerce agreements were signed. Strictly speaking, it was the first deal Jiang Chen signed as a president for the company. And it was a mega deal worth 10 billion. The Fishbone's software development department had been meeting the software development demand in the modern world. In the short term, it is feasible, but inefficient from a long-term perspective. While the apocalypse didn't lack talents with an incredibly low cost of labor, it is gated by population. Future Group is constantly expanding, but the software development team only grew by less than 10 people in the apocalypse. Take the developed Godly Land for example. The development of the World Virtual Reality MMORPG took nearly 1 year based on the developed content before the war. Based on the stats given by Du Yongkang, with the standard of a development studio before the war, the content update and maintenance of the game of the large-scale RPG would take at least 50 people. Jiang Chen didn't tell him that the MMORPG may potentially have over 100 million players since only future technology offered the immersive virtual reality MMORPG. Based on the large player base, in order to ensure the game content was interesting, the project team would without a doubt be bigger than 500 people. The number was not an exaggeration at all. Take Blizzard's bloated development team for example. A high-quality MMORPG would take a lot of people to maintain. Even if possessed artificial intelligence to assist the allocation of game storage, basic artificial intelligence's limitation in creativity meant that some things couldn't replace human labor. Because of this, the release of the development tool will come eventually. Only if more people knew how to develop the virtual reality software could future technology hire more programmers to support the virtual empire he established. But the release of the development software can't be rushed. At least until future technology's core possessed a technical advantage. Half a year ago, when Future Group's building finished construction on Koro Island, he moved some of the core technical team to XIN to receive training on the VR development tool, Virtual 4.0, and VR image processing software, Pictogram 2.1. But the troublesome part was, while the interfaces of the program software were friendly to use, to the people without any experience in this field, it was difficult to comprehend. The result of the training was obvious. They took half a year of time before Future Technology's technical core finally gained some understanding and reached a beginner's level. It would at least take another half a year to 1 year before they could master the software. Because of this, to ensure Future Technology's competitive advantage in this field, the publishing of the software must be delayed for at least half a year. In this half a year, Jiang Chen must depend on the programmers on the wasteland to help in developing the software he needs. With 2 proposals in hand, Jiang Chen temporarily returned to the apocalypse. It was already late into December. Wanhai on the wasteland was covered by snow and stood gracefully. When Jiang Chen just returned to the fishbone base, holiday spirit still lingered in the air. With ample resources, the quality of life of NAC people gradually got better. Although Christmas was not a statutory holiday for the pack, people before the war would usually do something on this day. With the idea, the year has almost passed by, it's rare to have a few peaceful months, so let's do something to celebrate. Miss Generous took out the frozen meat near its expiration date and announced the second barbecue party would be held on Christmas Day. Therefore, a bunch of people who don't believe in Jesus Christ celebrated the spirit of the holiday on this cold day while praying to the higher being they know doesn't exist. Long and prosperity to the NAC. Yo, pervert, you're back. Only if you were back a day earlier. Yao Yao baked a giant turkey yesterday. Lin Lin, who was reading manga on the sofa, was dangling her slim legs leisurely. The radiators in the winter almost made people feel sluggish. If you keep calling me that name, be careful. I might actually eat you one day. Jiang Chen sighed at the bad-mouth girl that turned into a useless being. This doesn't feel like the apocalypse at all. Lin Lin oddly didn't rebuttal back. Jiang Chen noticed she covered her face with the manga book. Manga. 6th Street sells these now. Where is Sun Jiao? Jiang Chen looked around in the living around and discovered only Lin Lin was there. Sister Sun Jiao should be at the community center now. When you're not here, she has been doing the work you should have been doing. While touched emotionally, Jiang Chen looked at Lin Lin in surprise. Lin Lin was embarrassed by the way he was looking at her and blushed. Then she moved the manga even higher. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing, I'm just impressed that even Lin Lin knows how to take care of people now. Hello. What do you mean? Did I not know how to take care of people before? Before Lin Lin threw her manga book in his direction in embarrassment, Jiang Chen put down the pudding and left. Other than Lin Lin, whose project Garden of Eden came to a halt because of the snow, the girls in the mansion all had something to do every day. Yao Yao still stayed in her own room and developed the program Jiang Chen gave her. The little loli worked diligently. Jiang Chen remembered when she bought her, her computer rating was only C, but after studying for a long time, the program she developed was even praised by the head of the software development department. Jiang Chen put the gift he bought her on the table, then followed the girl's demand and put her on his legs while rubbing her soft hair. To be honest, he was supposed to be helping Yao Yao alleviate the stress of work, but when Jiang Chen saw her eyelashes shaking from feeling so comfortable, Jiang Chen felt all his weariness also disappear. He spent some peaceful time with her, then left the mansion and headed to the community center. It was snowing outside. A trail of water droplets hung on the window. Because of the heating system, the office was warm. "Sister, why don't we just call it a day?" Sun Jiao put her head on the desk in exhaustion with and the pen used to sign documents in her mouth. "No, sister. Brother-in-law gave you such an important job to you because he trusts you, please just work a little harder." The next document is Beer Bottle Firearms Company's trade agreement for steel and rice in exchange for firearms. Can I just sign it? Who dares to trick us in an agreement? Sun Jiao raised her eyebrows and said audaciously. No, we set the rules. If we can't even follow our own rules, then the order brother-in-law worked so hard to establish would go down the drain. To avoid unnecessary conflict, please look through every detail in the agreement. Can you not use brother-in-law? It feels weird. You did it too. Whenever Sun Jiao thought about the intimacy shared with her sister, she couldn't help but blush. No, please let your young sister just have fun. A devilish smile appeared on Sun Xiao's face. Jiang Chen always thought whenever she smiled like that, it was especially like her sister. When Sun Jiao saw Jiang Chen appear in front of the door, the pen dropped onto the table from her mouth. Sun Xiao saw the yearning in her sister's eyes as she face-palmed with a smile. "Oh. It looks like today's work has to be pushed to tomorrow." Like a gust of wind just breezed by, Jiang Chen hugged Sun Jiao, who dove in between his arms. The longing followed the temperature in front of his chest and mouth passed into the deepest part of his heart. "Screw you, you don't even visit me, I'm afraid that I won't go back if I come back." Really? Really? He already became the emperor of the apocalypse and free from the threat from the natural selection fleet. The project Garden of Eden was in progress, and in 10 years' time, life here may be better than the life in the modern world. While they were exchanging their deepest emotions with their eyes, the door behind them was locked by Sun Xiao. Jiang Chen just wanted to turn around to ask why Sun Xiao locked the door when his back was blocked by the same gentleness. Sun Jiao looked at her sister hugging Jiang Chen from behind and said in shock, "Xiao." Sun Xiao didn't bother with her sister, bit the tip of Jiang Chen's ear, and blew warm air in naughtiness. Compared to sister, I also waited a long time. The two sisters exchanged eye contact. Devil smiles simultaneously appeared while they reached for his inexplicable part with their graceful hands. Wait, the abrupt but envious by many shouts stopped. In the office with strong sound insulation, the reunion ceremony officially started. When Jiang Chen came out of the office, it was already nighttime. Staring at the dark night and the dancing snowflakes, he thought about how he just wasted an entire day. Jiang Chen couldn't help but bury his chin into his scarf and sigh. He still had things to do in Wanghai, and after that, he must go back to Xian. With the official release of the virtual reality MMORPG on the horizon, he didn't have a lot of extra time. But when he looked at the two girls wrapped around his arms, the slightest dissatisfaction instantly faded into the snow. The next morning, in a winter suit, while traversing through the knee-high snow, Jiang Chen came to the community center. Just as he was about to go find Du Yongkang, the guy came to find him. When he saw the stack of documents in Jiang Chen's hand, he immediately started to complain to Jiang Chen with a troubled face. "Boss. Oh no, I mean General. Our department really doesn't have enough people. Including me, everyone here is doing two people's work. Of course, I'm not complaining, I'm asking you to check up on Wang Qin to see if the assistance I requested could be approved faster." Seeing the poor Du Yongkang, Jiang Chen felt sympathetic as he consoled. "Is it that serious? What else? No one in my department works without dark circles." Jiang Chen gazed at the dark circles around his eyes and felt his pain. The software development department in the beginning was envied by everyone. They were the freest in the entire base. Not only did they have great benefits, but they also didn't need to risk their lives and spent all day writing and copying code. Everyone wanted to be in that department. But now it was different. With external and internal threats eliminated and most of the battles had ended, the knights with achievements began to enjoy their pleasant life. They either spent their days shooting at targets or patrolling around the territory in a vehicle. They raised their heads up high in front of the refugees, enjoying their envious and respectful looks. On the contrary, the people in the software development department couldn't get busier. The credit payment system, Wanghai Communication Station Maintenance, Market Trade Software, and Chunan recently proposed localized net for NAC to centralize the administration, judicial, and taxation systems. But who is going to do all that? Wang Qin thought about it, and only the software development department knew the most about computers, so she stuffed all the work to Du Yongkang's department. "I will go talk to her about it." Du Yongkang's expression immediately turned pleasant. "Hee, thank you. Don't worry." Jiang Chen acknowledged it and then put the proposal for the VR social media platform and retail platform into his hands. Jiang Chen looked at Du Yongkang without a desire to live anymore and patted his shoulder, feeling embarrassed. "Help me out with the software on these two proposals. It shouldn't be too difficult. Other projects can be slowed down for now. Ahem, I will double the overtime pay with more people on the way to assist you." Although compassionate about his current situation, the software still must be completed. Looking at Du Yongkang work away feebly, Jiang Chen felt guilty. Should he increase the benefits to the software development department? A box of milk and a carton of eggs every week. As he thought, Jiang Chen came to the logistics department and spoke with Wang Qin, who was auditing the warehouse data. "It's not that I don't want to, but no one is applying." When Wang Qin heard Jiang Chen's intention, she pushed up the glasses on her nose and explained to him, "Currently, even in the 6th Street, the amount of programmers is scarce. Whenever I receive an application, I immediately send them to his department." "What about Fallout Shelter 027? There should be programmers there, right?" "Yes, but almost none that's focused on programming. And the experts in each field all have research projects they must complete, freely moving them around would solve one problem but create another," Wang Qin said. It was difficult to move them around with them having research projects. Without better solutions, Jiang Chen could only instruct Wang Qin to increase the salary of the software development department and post additional hiring information at the 6th Street. Also, he messaged Zhao Qinwu to ask him to keep an eye out for programmers out of the province and try to recruit any programmers with a rating above C. If the applicant was a female, lower technical requirements could be allowed. Rating D or E could be considered since the entire department was made up almost entirely of males, which made Jiang Chen feel bad for the single programmers working so hard. The main purpose of the trip was to give Du Yongkang the two proposals and visit the girls as well as the subordinates. After he toured around the community center, Jiang Chen came outside. Seeing there was still some time, he went to the Aerospace Technology Research Institute along the way to speak with Jiang Lin, who was busy working in the plant. Some time ago, Jiang Chen did instruct him about designing quantum communication satellites, and he didn't know about his current progress. Since there was still some time, Jiang Chen went to check up on him. Jiang Lin stuffed the equipment in his hands to his colleague beside him when he saw Jiang Chen come in. Jiang Chen stopped by the workstation and glanced at the cubicle item on the workstation. This is the quantum communication satellite. Pretty close. The appearance is like one. The most critical quantum communication module is not installed yet. We are still waiting for Fallout Shelter 027. I heard there is a problem with a cooling device and the unfitted specification needs to be redesigned. You seem to be disappointed. Jiang Lin looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. First thing first, while quantum communication and quantum computer both have quantum in them, they are two completely different things. The so-called quantum communication refers to the use of quantum entanglement effects of information transmission to create a new form of communication. It is a combined discipline between quantum theory and information theory. In the modern world, this discipline recently has shifted from theory to experimentation. At the end of the 22nd century, the study of quantum communication has long passed beyond the military field to commercial applications. Compared to the fast but unsecure Klein particles as well as the gravitational wave with slow research development, quantum communication was indeed more user-friendly. There is not much to talk about the advantage of security, especially when non-classical information relay research achieved a major breakthrough. The previously super light-speed quantum communication, which was supposed to violate relativity, had also become a reality. Not saying other things, just from today's internet, everyone was connected to the internet, but it was done using underwater cables. Why did Google publish its global Wi-Fi project for so long without any progress? Partially because of the crowded communication channel, with the most fundamental reason being that traditional satellite as an internet node is infeasible from a technical point of view. The synchronous orbit is located 36,000 kilometers away from Earth. To use traditional satellites to provide Wi-Fi service, without considering the electromagnetic wave signal attenuation, having 500 pings was the best scenario. What does having 500 pings mean? Basically, you can't see your own team when playing LOL. Therefore, if using traditional satellites to provide internet service, it is okay to send an email, quite difficult to make a call, but don't even think about playing an online game. And the quantum communication satellite sitting in front of Jiang Chen right now was a satellite that could conquer the challenges faced by traditional satellites and the communication relay station for the virtual reality network. Jiang Chen examined the satellite and said while touching his chin, "I previously thought it would look a bit better." Jiang Lin took a moment to process his words and started to laugh. There is no need to consider aerodynamics in space, and therefore any shape is the same. If you need, I can make it spherical, but every part needs to be redesigned. No need, I'm just saying. Jiang Chen facepalmed. It was not cheap to build a satellite. It would only pain him if the satellite must be redesigned. Since the wasteland didn't even have these things, Wang Qin didn't complain about the unreasonable budget to the Aerospace Technology Research Institute. Good job. Could this satellite be completed by the start of January? The start of January, but it is already the end of the month. Jiang Lin rubbed his muddled hair with a bitter smile and sighed. I'll try my best. If Fallout Shelter 027 can solve the cooling module problem, we can finish very soon. I will head to Fallout Shelter 027 in a bit. I will help you bring it up with them. At the beginning of January, Celestial Trade would start its second satellite launch project. The plan was to launch a high-frequency communication satellite used to provide free Wi-Fi service to Xian's territory in order to increase the tourism rating of Panu Islands. Of course, Jiang Chen was not foolish enough to tell people this is a quantum communication satellite. As to how a satellite could provide web service with 20 ping and below, Celestial Trade wouldn't comment on this topic. Based on the diplomatic relationship with nearby New Guinea, Australia, and New Zealand, this satellite would provide paid Wi-Fi service to part of those territories. As to how to price, Celestial Trade would send out representatives to discuss with the country's telecommunication providers to negotiate a reasonable price. If there were 500,000 paid users per month, the maintenance fee would break even. If you plan to go to Fallout Shelter 027, please help me to bring this over. Jiang Lin remembered something, walked beside the workstation, and removed a palm-sized circuit board. This is... Jiang Chen took the circuit board, examined it, but didn't manage to determine the use. Great item. The trade fleet of Zhao Corporation exchanged this with a can of food from a scavenger. Jiang Lin chuckled. Type XK-92 double-feet armored unit's main control chip for its power system. It is the first time I have seen such a complete board. Could you create a prototype out of it? Jiang Chen's expression changed. But Jiang Lin touched his nose and looked away awkwardly. I have to disappoint you. But the technology analyzed out from the main control chip could increase the performance of our current Type K1 kinetic skeleton, and T3, T4 power armor. Made me excited for nothing. But better than nothing. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and put the palm-sized chip into the box before stuffing it into his pocket. If there is nothing else, I'm going to go. Aha, nothing else. I heard the steel airship is almost complete at Camp 27. You can go take a look. The last time I saw it, it is quite magnificent. Jiang Lin said while watching him depart. When Jiang Chen arrived at Camp 27, he witnessed the glorious airship. It was a fortress built by steel floating in the air outside of Camp 27 around 20 meters in the air. The fortress was hoisted by robust graphene cables and connected by steel scaffolds. The construction robots and engineers worked on it simultaneously to complete the remainder 50% of the work. It was 100 meters long, 20 meters wide, a total of 3 decks. The bottom of the airship was like the stomach of a seal, but the tip of the boat that could be opened and closed was just a menacing shark head. The wings that extended horizontally out were connected with mega-sized turbine engines used on Type 51 helicopters to provide the massive airship with the thrust to move forward. The robotic air attached directly below the airship provided the hubs used to park the helicopter. The 100-meter-long graphene cables dragged onto the hover cabin which could deploy 4 Tiger II tanks to the ground. The layout of the airship was similar to a U, with the top deck being an airstrip that allowed for the vertical landing of the Aurora 20. A large amount of the space inside the airship was used as the helium room to provide buoyant force. Only the middle deck along with 1/10 of the internal space allowed were designed for personnel. The lower deck contained supplies and firearms, as well as a room for 1 Type 50J unit electromagnetic pulse cannon to be added to cause destruction to the targets on the ground. The mainframe of the airship used superplastic steel intermittent armor as well as high-strength bubble aluminum material. While it maintained certain anti-bullet and anti-bomb capability, it reduced the net weight of the airship to the extreme. Of course, the defense of the airship relied on nitrogen armor and laser anti-missile system, as well as the supportive firepower of the ground force to enemy anti-air units. The usage of the airship was not designed to drop bombs on enemies' heads like in World War II, but rather act as a ground aircraft carrier. The airship was designed with 100 tons of net weight and capable of carrying 500 tons of supplies. Without the need to pass through dangerous territories filled with mutants and zombies, it drastically reduced the consumption of a mobilizing force to inland. Without considering the hot weapons in enemy's hand, the airship was a legendary unit in the apocalypse. Since only rare mutants could fly high in the air. Based on the words of the chief engineer of the airship, the current construction was 50% complete. The project could longest be finished in half a year. By that time, NAC's combat radius would increase to over 500 kilometers, and the flag of order would spread to places further. Without staying too long outside of Camp 27, Jiang Chen met Yu Lu and Wang Xiaowu waiting for him at the gate. After he reviewed the 2nd Division stationed there, he followed Yu Lu to Fallout Shelter 027 located underground. Inside the Research Institute, Jiang Chen found Fang Weixian who surrounded a watermelon-sized electronic device with his colleagues also in white lab coats. It must be the critical module of the quantum communication satellite, but from his twisted eyebrows, the difficulty they were facing didn't seem to be small. Jiang Chen didn't want to disturb him. He passed the chip to the assistant in the shelter and briefly hurried on to see the development of the quantum communication device. Without stopping longer, Jiang Chen then visited the Biology Technology Research Institute to speak with Wang Fangping and explained the purpose of his visit. The attacker hit by Aisha was currently under interrogation at New Moon Island. Based on the description from Ivan, this person didn't reveal any information despite the torture he received, and all wounds recovered at an incredible speed. Therefore, Jiang Chen remembered Wang Fangping in the biological engineering research with the hope to find the answer from him. Super regeneration ability. Without the need to use machines and medicine. When Wang Fangping heard Jiang Chen's description, he was first shocked before his eyebrows furrowed. There are plenty of methods to increase regeneration. The gun wounds from a sniper. There is a hidden genetic code called tenacious that could achieve a similar effect. Sun Jiao's hidden genetic code was tenacious, and Jiang Chen personally witnessed the effect of that skill. The person could get up from a pool of blood despite being shot several times in exchange for consuming life. But even then, Jiang Chen thought the ability of the attacker has nothing to do with genetic code. Especially since there was no way genetic vaccines existed in the modern world. Other than genetic code, is there any other possibility? Jiang Chen asked. There is another possibility, there are many. Some dangerous anatomy modifications could achieve a similar effect, but these modifications usually would cause negative consequences. Speaking of which, mutated humans seem to fit your description. Wang Fangping used a half-joking tone to explain. Translator, _min_editor, Grundy. Normally, no living creature could survive through interdimensional travel. A mutated human appearing in the modern world. That's absolutely impossible, and Jiang Chen was certain about this point. When he heard Wang Fangping's half-joking words, he only smiled without thinking too much about it. Although Jiang Chen didn't receive a satisfactory response from Wang Fangping, his words still provided Jiang Chen with a thought process. The assassin may potentially be the product of genetic modification. Jiang Chen was curious who, or which organization could use modern-day's technology to modify to this point. To be able to withstand a ghost sniper shot on the chest, even mutated humans would be half-died. But that person could climb up, run, and the wound healed in half a day's time. It didn't look like what humans could achieve. No one could lie about their body condition under the microscope. If the general wants an answer, you could bring that person into the fallout shelter for examination. Wang Fangping acutely observed the bothered look on Jiang Chen's face and suggested. That person can't get here. Jiang Chen simply replied, any other way? Can't get here. How about this? I need 10 milliliters of blood. The metabolites in the blood, as well as the DNA information, should be enough to decipher the secret. Wang Fangping offered a secondary proposal. Jiang Chen still shook his head. Blood. Metabolite should be okay, but DNA might be a bit difficult. Based on Lin Lin's observation, the interdimensional travel action's damage was not only limited to the termination of body functionality, but it would also affect the DNA of the cell. The former can be attributed to the effect of entropy subtraction on the organism, while the latter is unable to be explained by the science and technology of the 22nd century. Seeing that method didn't work either, Wang Fangping thought in his head for a while before his eyes suddenly lit up. I have a plan. The smart medical chamber. If you can't bring that person over, make him lie into the smart medical chamber and use the body examination function to bring his body function information back. Jiang Chen abruptly slapped his own forehead. Fu*K, how did I forget about it? The last time after Aisha used it, he forgot about that thing in the basement of the mansion. Since it was not possible to bring live cells back, he could just bring the data back. After he took the recipe for the new nutrient supply, Jiang Chen left Fallout Shelter 027. rejected and thanked Su Lu's invitation to have dinner there and toured the work at Camp 27 before he headed back to the Fishbone base. The snow piled on the road was thick and the vehicle stalled halfway in the journey. A few NAC young men jumped out of the car and pushed out the general's vehicle from the snow pile. One person took out a toolkit and began to inspect for potential faulty issues. They were the personal guard under the direct order of the general, formed under the proposal of Han Junhua. They were the elite of the army, while not knights, their benefits were the same as knights. After their term, they will be officially granted the status of knight and follow the logistic department's decision to transfer to other positions in NAC. Jiang Chen saw their proudness toward their identity on their faces. The problem was due to the engine oil being frozen. Applying an anti-freezing agent solved the problem. After 10 minutes in the snow, the vehicle finally started back on the road. When Jiang Chen returned to the Fishbone base, it was completely dark out. At the door of the mansion, Jiang Chen shook off the snowflakes on his body. Yao Yao in a light pink sweater timidly smiled and took over the jacket from Big Brother's hand. In a harmonious atmosphere, Jiang Chen and the girls completed their delicious and lively dinner. Because he still had business to take care of in Xian, Jiang Chen didn't plan to stay long in the apocalypse. But before his return to Xian, he still had one thing to do. To fulfill a promise. He had traveled between the modern world and apocalypse countless times already, he had been used to the acute dimensional differences. The thing he didn't grow accustomed to was the sun outside. While Wanghai in December was cold, it was not like the apocalypse's chill deep to the bone. The wind blowing on his face even felt somewhat graceful. Currently, Jiang Chen's hand was being held by a beauty in sunglasses while they walked along the street in the New Age square. Lu Yao was a famous celebrity now and she typically wore sunglasses when she went outside. But what made Jiang Chen wonder was, he is much more famous compared to her, but not a lot of people turned their heads. But Lu Yao on the other hand, because of her fashionable appearance and celebrity vibe, it attracted many envious looks directed at Jiang Chen. Is it because I'm not part of the sticker pack? Jiang Chen thought that must be the reason. Are you done with your business in Wanghai? Pretty much, the remaining coordination work I left to the new CEO. Then, do you plan to go back soon? Lu Yao pouted and shook the arm she hugged cutely. Aha! My ticket is for tomorrow night. The soft gentleness made Jiang Chen's mind drift away. He thought about staying for a few days longer while being intoxicated in her gentleness, but virtual reality MMORPG was about to go online. He also needed to replenish the supplies at the apocalypse. He didn't have the time to spare to stay for a few days longer. Thank you for staying with me for so long. You must be very busy. I'm indeed very busy. Jiang Chen laughed without humility at all. Lu Yao rolled her eyes, pouted her mouth, and her delicate fingers twisted the meat on his arm. Rather than feeling pain, it was rather enjoyable, it was like being bit by a kitten. They went into all the stores at the square. The clothes Lu Yao liked, Jiang Chen swiped his card without looking at the price. Since the trial of zeros in his card was enough to buy the building. The salesperson was ecstatic at the way they swept through the store as she wished it was her that stood beside him. But when she saw the appearance and figure of his female companion, realizing the gap, she immediately gave up on the unrealistic idea. After they stuffed the clothes into the car, they went to the theater and finished watching the movie Lu Yao acted in. Jiang Chen promised to her before after the film was released, he will watch the movie with her like they were a couple. The reason why he stayed after taking care of the business in Wanghai was to fulfill the promise he made. The credits began to play on the screen. Jiang Chen smiled while watching the crowded theater. He gently squeezed Lu Yao's hand and whispered into her ear. The last time we watched this you were sitting on my legs, this time you're holding my hand. We watched this movie twice. Lu Yao understood the tease in Jiang Chen's voice, she remembered the time he picked her up and her face instantly turned red. She scoffed him in a quiet voice, pervert, Lu Haotian at the seat in the back rolled his eyes so many times while watching them flirt. How lonely does one have to be to watch a movie alone? The two couples who sat beside him looked at him with a peculiar expression so many times. But because of his work needs, not only did he need to follow them, he had to watch them, which were beyond the definition of lonely. The people at the top viewed Jiang Chen's safety as a top concern, especially after an unknown force attempted an assassination. It related to their international image, and they must ensure nothing happens to him while in the country. Because of this, while Lu Haotian accompanied him for the business investment opportunity, another task he had on this trip was to protect him. While on the surface only he followed them, around the theater, at least 10 General Staff Department agents followed them. Once any situation occurred or is about to occur, the experienced anti-terrorist experts will be able to stop any attackers who dared to step foot here. Because of this, Jiang Chen, who planned to lure the rat out, felt rather helpless. It was his last 2 days and no attacker appeared. The opponent seemed to have forgotten about this. When they came out of the theater, they grabbed dinner at a high-end restaurant. Her vivid red lips bit on the straw, and Lu Yao carefully observed Jiang Chen's face. She suddenly asked, "What are you looking at?" "A beautiful girl." "You're lying." Jiang Chen replied with a helpless look. "Is it not convenient to tell me?" "Whatever, it is nothing that must be kept a secret." Jiang Chen sighed, spun the fork in his hand. "Someone plans to assassinate me." A wary expression appeared on Lu Yao's face. "Are you scared?" Jiang Chen teased. For some reason, Lu Yao pouted with jealousy in her voice. "I'm not scared. Since I'm only your mistress, after all, they at least should pick someone with higher value if they want to kidnap me." "Oh. What if they are my enemy?" Jiang Chen smirked, "The type that doesn't seek any gains and only wants to see me suffer." "If anything happens to me, will you feel agony?" Lu Yao asked abruptly. Jiang Chen paused and forced a smile. "Why would you ask this?" Although he didn't directly answer the question, the hesitation in his eyes told Lu Yao the answer she wanted to hear as a smile emerged on her face. "What are you smiling at?" "Nothing, I just think that when you're not straightforward, you're surprisingly cute." "Isn't this something a man should tell a woman?" With how animated Lu Yao looked, Jiang Chen found it quite funny. He once again shifted his thoughts to the previous topic. He didn't speak for a while before he suddenly asked. "Oh, now that you're a celebrity. It is not safe for you to live alone, why don't I arrange a bodyguard for you?" "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing, I just feel really happy." She was happy about something Jiang Chen didn't understand as the curvature on her mouth turned into a crescent moon. Jiang Chen suddenly found that the way she laughed was surprisingly beautiful. The evening of next day, Lu Yao drove Jiang Chen to Wanghai Airport. She kissed Jiang Chen in the departure hall, waved her hand to say goodbye hidden under her sunglasses, and watched his flight depart. At the same time, seeing Jiang Chen finally leave, Lu Haotian, who stood outside of the airport, finally felt relieved. Now that he finally sent away him, he could go back to Shangjing. The weather in the south was damp and cold. While the temperature was higher compared to the north, it was chilling to the bone, which made him as a northerner extremely uncomfortable. And he had been worried about Jiang Chen's safety for the past few days. But fortunately, no incidents occurred in the past few days. Perhaps the attackers sensed the agents surrounding Jiang Chen, so they chose to retreat, knowing the impossibility of the attack succeeding. Lu Haotian took out his phone and called his home in Shangjing. "Target has boarded. This guy is finally gone. Did anything happen?" A shrewd voice came from the other side of the phone. "No. All is clear. The escaped assassin has made no new moves and will probably remain hidden." Lu Haotian watched the flight that disappeared into the night sky and replied. Sitting on the plane, Jiang Chen watched the city fading away until the light sparkles disappeared from his sight before he retracted his sight. "Dear our valued customers. Thank you for boarding Han Eastern Airline Flight MU-771 heading to Xin Koro City from Han Wanghai. The flight distance of this flight is 3,261 kilometers with an estimated flight duration of 5 hours and 47 minutes. To ensure the airplane's communication system is functioning correctly, please do not use large electronics during departure and landing. Cellular functions must remain off. We hope you enjoy your flight. Boarding a flight was different from taking a train. At least with a train he could browse the internet on his phone. Right now, Jiang Chen without the habit of reading newspapers or a book could only look at the beauties to kill time. Needless to say, the flight attendants on international flights were high quality. This point not only reflected on their gorgeous looks, but their courteous attitude also made it impossible for people to feel repulsive. Of course, perhaps it had to do with being in the first-class cabin. The traveler who sat beside him with a hat on asked for a newspaper from the flight attendant. Jiang Chen only briefly scanned the flight attendant in close distance before giving a rating of 8 out of 10. The traveler took over the newspaper, perhaps noticed Jiang Chen's sight, gave him a friendly smile before he leaned into his chair. Jiang Chen noticed that he was flipping through the economics section. Reality soon proved that despite how gorgeous the girl was, it would be boring after a while. Jiang Chen yawned, took out his phone in flight mode to check the time. 9 o'clock. The plane already departed for over an hour. Jiang Chen roughly estimated that the plane should have passed by Taipei and into above the Pacific area. It was getting fairly late. Jiang Chen adjusted into a more comfortable position and planned to nap for a bit. Before he closed his eyes, he glanced at the traveler beside him with the corner of his eye and noticed that he was still flipping through the newspaper. Are you planning to sleep? The journey is still long. Do you not plan to chat with me to kill some time? The man looked at his newspaper and said quietly. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, smiled, and used a quiet voice that would not disturb people. Oh. What do you want to chat about? Let me first introduce myself. My name is Tanaka Yoshihiro, biologist and astronomer. Are you from Nippon? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise. With how fluent his Chinese was, Jiang Chen thought he was a Han. Mr. Jiang seems to be surprised. I'm indeed surprised. Your Han skill is great. You know me? Aha. Tanaka opened the newspaper and used his slim finger to point at a black and white picture on the headline. This is the picture on the Phantom launch event, and currently the clearest picture published in the media. Perhaps because of habits after years of work, his voice was mixed with a tone of academic rigidness. The best way to describe it was that a sentence that should be said in a light mood became narrative without any emotion. You're very observant. Jiang Chen nonchalantly said. Observation is the foundation to science. Tanaka closed the newspaper, folded it, and folded it again. This is. Jiang Chen furrowed while looking at the scientist's action. He didn't know what he was trying to express. The wrinkled fingers, while like on the strings of a puppet, folded the newspaper into an odd-shaped paper boat. He placed the paper boat on the armrest between them and gently said, Kurofun. Did Mr. Jiang knows about this word? Origami. Jiang Chen crossed his legs and joked. You really should study world history. Tanaka slightly adjusted the hat on this head and sighed, his fingers crossed in front of his knee, tilted his head and thought for a brief moment before he said, the 6 years of Jiayong era, the UA Navy Brigadier General Matthew Perry's fleet sailed into the river basin in Jianghu River. With him was the UA President Millard Fillmore's letter to the Edo shogun expressing respect, and finally, the two sides signed a pro-treaty next year declaring peace. This event is known as the Kurofun incident. Are you planning to talk about history with me? I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. Jiang Chen already recollected the description to this history on his elementary school textbook. But understanding is one thing, being interested is another. No, I just hope you can understand the background to the story. And I want to hear your opinion on the Kurofun incident without any superficial patriotism. Your Opium War. Tanaka shook his head with a smile, while still superficial, it is not far away. Oh. What's your view then? His dried lips moved, and Tanaka said in a quiet tone. The fusion of civilization. When Jiang Chen heard the word civilization, his pupils were mixed subconsciously with a hint of alertness. But Tanaka didn't seem to notice Jiang Chen's reaction as he continued, in the clash of the advanced civilization and outdated civilization, one would receive prosperity while the other evolve in agony or vanish. Just like history, the process may be painful, but to the result, it would be the evolution of the entire civilization. He paused and pointed out one finger with a smile without changing the unfitting rigid tone. If we expand our sight to the scale of the universe, don't you want to see the clash of the advanced civilization and the outdated civilization? Only lunatics want to see that. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes dangerously. That's unfortunate then. Tanaka sighed, sat up straight, and extended his hand to Jiang Chen. I'll reintroduce myself, Tanaka Yoshihiro, you can also call me as Professor. Jiang Chen didn't shake his hands. Instead, he locked onto his eyes. What exactly do you want? Without answering Jiang Chen's question, Tanaka put his hand away and spoke emotionlessly. Speed of 0.85 Mach, a height of 9,100 meters. If I guessed correctly, you can't use your interdimensional travel ability here. Of course, you can try to travel to that side while maintaining subsonic speed and see if you will crash against the wall or not. Jiang Chen was stunned when he heard his words. This is impossible. How does he know my trump card? Suddenly, the queen that declared war on him suddenly surfaced in his mind. Could it be? Right, you ask what you want. Tanaka smiled. To put it simply, your ability is too problematic for Kurofune. So, to welcome the next era. With his hand on the edge of his hat, the cloudy eyes locked onto Jiang Chen's pupils like a viper. Please bring your trump card into the grave. Translator, _min_editor, Karen _. The instant Tanaka took off his hat smashed into the back of the chair in front of him. Jiang Chen, who was about to react, was completely bewildered by the scene. Jiang Chen previously thought the person would bring out some destructive weapon and he was more than prepared to defend himself. But before he could do anything, Tanaka, who took off his hat, became unconscious. The passenger in the front, who was sleeping, sensed his chair being bumped. He turned around and gave a hard stare at Tanaka. But Tanaka didn't raise his head as he seemed to have lost all senses. The flight attendant in the first-class cabin noticed this and immediately moved to Jiang Chen. When she saw Tanaka's head leaning against the back of the chair, she kneeled down and put her face closer. Sir, do you not feel well? Sir. Sir. Seeing that he had no reaction, the flight attendant kneeled down. She immediately became nervous and wanted to help him up. Don't touch him. Jiang Chen was alarmed and squeezed the hand of the flight attendant reaching for Tanaka. From the last assassination attempt, these people didn't look like people who would avoid harming the innocent. Especially since they were on a transportation device like a plane, what would be the most effective? With a doubt, a bomb was the best option. Sir. The flight attendant looked at Jiang Chen in shock. She didn't know how to react and this stranger held her hand. Other sleeping travelers were woken up by the commotion on this side. The two other flight attendants in the front and back noticed the disruption and approached them. Jiang Chen didn't provide any explanation for the shocked flight attendant. He just locked his eyes on Tanaka with his head spinning rapidly. The two other flight attendants looked completely lost at Jiang Chen, who was holding onto the hand of their colleague. They then redirected their gaze to the man with his unmoving head against the back of the chair. They were unsure what to do. The other travelers were all looking in their direction. Then the door in front of the first-class cabin opened and a man with a captain's hat walked into the cabin and looked in Jiang Chen's direction. What happened? Jiang Chen released the flight attendant's hand. The flight attendant sadly rubbed her hand that had turned red while Jiang Chen pointed at the man beside him and mouthed the word bomb without making a sound. The captain read Jiang Chen's lips and his eyes immediately turned stern while his gaze shifted between Jiang Chen and the man. Jiang Chen could read from his eyes the obvious suspicion and hesitation involved in taking a risk. It was normal to hesitate because anyone randomly pointing at an unconscious traveler, stating he had a bomb would suspicion. The traveler could have some sudden onset of a disease-related symptom, and if he wasn't treated in a timely manner. Even Jiang Chen was wondering if the person had anything hidden on him. "Captain." The flight attendant looked at the captain anxiously. "Get little Chow here." The captain turned and whispered to the flight attendant. The flight attendant nodded and immediately ran out of the first-class cabin. Not long after, a man between 20 and 30 walked into the first-class cabin. His appearance looked like any other ordinary passenger, but from the sharpness in his eyes, Jiang Chen acutely sensed his identity might be different. From the beginning of October 2004, all flights from Hua had a seat unsold. This seat was specifically reserved for undercover police. The undercover cops typically had a special forces background. Not only did they have abilities in close combat, but they also possessed a wealth of experience in deactivating bombs. When the security on the flight couldn't take care of an unsuspecting situation, the undercover cops would solve the problem. Typically, they would solve hijacking or bomb problems on board. When the undercover cop walked beside Jiang Chen, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Without hesitation, the undercover cop kneeled down beside the person and instructed the flight attendant on the side to open his toolkit. He took out some equipment and began to work on the person. Jiang Chen, who was sitting beside the person, noticed a drop of sweat rolling down his forehead and splashing onto the red carpet. "What's the situation like?" Seeing that little Chow wasn't saying anything, the captain also began to feel nervous. He had been a captain for over 5 years and had been in countless anti-terrorism drills, but it was his first time encountering something like this in real life. Little Chow gritted his teeth, stood up, and whispered to the captain, "The person is dead, the cause of death is unknown. I found a countdown device on his body and I'm uncertain what it is, evacuate everybody first." Then he looked at Jiang Chen and warned him, "Don't move. I'm uncertain if there are any detonation devices around you." Jiang Chen opened his hands to indicate his understanding, but when he heard from their whispers that Professor Tanaka already died, he was caught off guard. From the words of Tanaka, he clearly knew a lot of information. The more he knew, the higher his status was in the organization. It would have been a terrible plan to trade one life for one. He sensed something was off. Just then, he suddenly remembered that before Tanaka lost consciousness, he seemed to have made a move. Jiang Chen's gaze stopped on the hat on the ground. Jiang Chen picked it up and touched the linen material. He seemed to have detected a metal object hidden in the material. The captain started to instruct flight attendants to evacuate the first-class cabin passengers. The passengers in the first-class cabin started to understand the situation and began to feel anxious. The people who could afford first class were either important or rich. The richer the person, the more fearful they were of death. Of course, Jiang Chen was an exception. Although he had money, he didn't think he would die. Supplemented with Tanaka's comments, he could piece together what happened. Kurofune. The Kurofune he referred to should be the nature selection sent by the Harmony to Earth. Regarding the civilization fusion he referred to, his understanding of the natural selection must not be limited to knowing its existence. For some reason, the organization led by Tanaka received an electromagnetic wave or Klein particle wave from the natural selection. They were subsequently manipulated or even brainwashed to become followers of the Harmony. After the conclusion of his conversation with the Queen, Jiang Chen already knew the Queen was aware of his ability to engage in interdimensional travel and even knew about his secret storage dimension. But what still confused Jiang Chen was that until now, they hadn't displayed any desire to kill. It wasn't difficult to understand, Just like humans' perception of bugs, crushing them or not wouldn't be linked to the concept of killing, especially since they still wanted to capture him to help them return to their home planet. What made the Harmony change their opinion and desperately want him dead? Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. While the undercover cop disarmed the bomb, the captain returned to the cockpit. He needed to send a request to the nearest airport to make an emergency landing. The passengers were evacuated, only 3 people remained in the first-class cabin. They were Jiang Chen, Little Chow, and the flight attendant. Considering how collected Jiang Chen looked, while the flight attendant was anxious, she was curious at the same time. Typically, it should be her who comforted passengers with unstable emotions, but this passenger was special. He didn't seem to be bothered by the bomb beside him at all. "Aren't you afraid?" The flight attendant gulped and asked in a quiet voice. "What's there to be scared of?" Jiang Chen smiled. "Since it's right beside you, if it really is a bomb, it makes no difference where I sit. Only the timing of death would be different." Threat deactivated. Following a trail of sweat splashing onto the ground, the countdown timer strapped around Tanaka's waist was stopped. Little Chow felt relieved. He accepted the napkin offered by the flight attendant to wipe the sweat off his face. Just in a short period of time, his entire body was drenched. "The bomb is disarmed?" Jiang Chen was surprised. It was deactivated this easily. Jiang Chen didn't feel any better about surviving through it all with how easily the threat was eliminated. There was no bomb at all. At least nothing I haven't seen before. Little Chow spoke while carefully cutting open Tanaka's jacket, and he took out a vest with mysterious hanging plastic balls. The transparent plastic balls were connected together by soft strings. Under the bright light in the cabin, they looked crystal clear. "At least treat this as a dangerous good for now. Threat is eliminated." Just as Little Chow was speaking, the body of the plane shook violently as if it had been hit by something. The flight attendant screamed and was flipped to the ground by the shaking body of the plane. Little Chow also tumbled, but as a special forces agent, he held onto what seemed to be the dangerous vest with one hand while holding onto the seat beside him with the other. K. What's going on? The dangerous item in his hand almost flew out and almost scared Little Chow to death. He cursed after regaining his footing. Jiang Chen, who had his seatbelt on, didn't feel too much, although the violent shaking did catch him off guard. It was normal for the body of the plane to shake when encountering air turbulence, but the continuously trembling of the cabinet made it feel odd. It clearly wasn't turbulence, it felt like something struck the plane. Just then, Jiang Chen looked out the window and was stunned. The turbine engine was burning in fire. North of Country F's Masa Island, a boat quietly drifted on the surface of the West Pacific Ocean. Standing on top of the boat, a man with a hat lowered the smoking rocket launcher on his shoulder and stared at the falling ball of flame. A curvature appeared on his mouth. In Hua, with the General Staff Department agents watching, they had no opportunities to attack at all. And with the security screening at Hua airports, they had no possibility of bringing explosives onto planes. From the beginning, they never planned to take out Jiang Chen on a plane. The rocket launcher was only suitable against low-air targets. It would be impossible to take down a commercial airline 10,000 meters in the air. In order to use the rocket launcher to take down targets, they had to make them obediently lower their height. They would use bombs to force the plane to descend and force it to fly toward the nearby the airport. Once it reached the range of the rocket launcher, they would take it down. Based on the calculation of the flight map, it was the best shooting spot Tanaka calculated. Whether the method was too cruel, or if it would hurt innocents were never questions of their concern. What beautiful fireworks! Not bad, not bad. Professor will be happy when he sees it. Tanaka threw the improved Spike rocket launcher onto the deck and watched the meteor, dragging a trail of flame, disappearing in the distance. The rocket launcher struck the left engine. It only has a 70% crash chance. Ladysov put down the binoculars in his hand while he leaned against the door to the deck. You sure the professor will be happy? Of course. Tanaka smiled. But this is very problematic. If we don't win the gambit on the 30%, professor will be very bothered. Mr. Ladysov, please. He never told his subordinates that he was that professor. He had always been referring to himself as the assistant. There were many more people who wanted the life of that professor instead of the life of Jiang Chen. Ladysov glanced at him, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it up. You guys are acting more and more like lunatics. Are you not afraid of associating your name with Al-Qaeda and IS? City S is the second biggest city of Country F. You think F's army is only there for show? Country F's army is currently in a war with Moro. There are plenty of opportunities to take advantage of this situation. Although I've prepared for some interesting things on the plane, just in case, I have to ask you to please make a personal run. Don't worry, extras missions will provide extra bonuses. Tanaka grinned. Interesting things. Ladysov's expression changed. He was unsure what Tanaka had to offer, but he heard the company was currently researching a chemical weapon. I said, Mr. Ladysov, this is a war. A war. Tanaka put up one finger, shook it and adjusted his hat. Although it is a half-finished product, let me use this opportunity to see its effect. Ha ha ha. The dry but presumptuous laugh drifted on the empty ocean surface and vanished among the crashing waves. Ladysov quietly blew out a ring of smoke and gazed out at the white smoke. I need people, equipment, and a helicopter. Tanaka stopped laughing and faced his partner with his arms open. They're all ready for you. In the air traffic control center of Country F, an unusual red dot appeared on its radar. Flight MU-771 with its destination set as Xian's Koro Island drifted away from its intended flight path and entered Country F's airspace. When they discovered this oddity, the air traffic controller immediately contacted the flight crew. Control Tower, this is the Control Tower, MU-771. You have entered our air control zone. The communication frequency is 132.6, Flight Crew, this is Flight MU-771. Our left engine is on fire. We were struck by a rocket. Requesting emergency landing. Control Tower, what? Flight Crew, I repeat, a rocket struck our left engine. We require assistance. Control Tower, please remain calm. City S Flight Control Tower will provide a landing runway for you. Please follow our instructions. Struck by a rocket. The people in the Air Traffic Control Center immediately became worried and called Country F's presidential palace, then called military headquarters. The Air Force commander just got into bed with his wife before he was called out by a phone call from Aquino. Flight MU-771 was struck by a rocket. I need an explanation. The moment the call went through, Aquino's roar followed the phone line right to Edgar's head. I don't know, but I promise, it was not our people. What happened? What flight and rocket? Edgar completely lost all composure. Aquino was breathing heavily. MU-771 was struck near our airspace. The left engine is on fire. It's currently heading to Suf Airport. Edgar's first reaction was that it must be a joke. He peeked at the calendar before his expression instantly changed. Today wasn't April Fool's, must have been Moro that did it. *T. Their rocket launcher could strike down a commercial plane 10,000 meters above the air. Aquino heard this brain-dead comment from his subordinate and instantly turned furious. The firearms of Moro's guerrillas couldn't reach the height of a commercial plane. That was the reason why UA's fighter jets could provide support without feeling pressured at all. Only F had the capability to bring down a plane in that ocean space, and once that realization gained traction, F's international image would be completely done for. Realizing the severity of the situation, Edgar immediately rushed out the door to the headquarters while calling his subordinates and sending out orders. Mila Military Base. Two FA-50s came out and approached the direction of Flight MU-771. When the two FA-50s reached the commercial plane, the pilots of the fighter jets immediately felt anxious for the passengers after witnessing the tragedy on the plane. The entire left wing of the plane was engulfed by thick black smoke. Through the thick smoke, the unextinguished flame was still visible. Needless to say, with damage this severe, it was already a miracle that they could maintain a gliding position to the airport. MU-771's captain and first officer were still attempting the last struggle. They prayed the wing wouldn't break while desperately trying to regain control over the plane starting to lose control. No. This is it, we won't make it to the airport. The first officer locked onto the instruments and shouted out in despair. Hold on, we can do it. We have to make it to the airport. Damn it, the right wing is damaged. The engine malfunctioned. Fu*K, start moving for me. The captain repeatedly tried to restart the engine but it was futile. MU-771 turned into a fireball. All members of the flight crew had despair on their faces. After experiencing the initial outcry, the passengers began to write their last words on their clothes and notebooks. Jiang Chen, witnessing this hellish scene, couldn't bear what he just saw, but he ultimately took a deep breath and calmed down. He knew he couldn't save everyone. He muttered, "I will avenge you all," then he stood up and walked in the direction of the lavatory. "Where are you going?" The flight attendant saw Jiang Chen unbuckling his seatbelt, so she stood up from her seat and asked him. "Going to the washroom." Jiang Chen ignored her and walked away. At the same time, inside the cockpit, the captain, who exhausted all his efforts, put his hands down. "This is the city's air traffic controller, MU-771, location 32R. Runway is clear for landing, please dash, this is MU-771, we are unable to land. Please tell my family I love them." A ball of thick smoke slashed through city's night and crashed toward MLL Island's northwest harbor K. Inside the Wanhai Hotel, Lu Haotian was packing up. After he sent Jiang Chen on the plane, his mission in Wanhai was considered done. He still had a train to catch tomorrow morning, so he planned to pack up before he went to sleep. Just then, his phone on the nightstand began to ring. It was a number he didn't recognize. He thought it was an escort service at first, but he became dumbfounded once he picked up. It was the General Staff Department responsible for Jiang Chen's safety in Hua. The flight crashed. When he heard the message on the other side of the phone, Lu Haotian almost dropped his phone to the ground. He couldn't imagine that after being on the plane for 2 hours, such a serious incident occurred to Jiang Chen. Its information passed from Wanhai's flight control tower. Country F contacted us already and transmitted the location where the plane experienced the problem. The original plan was to make an emergency landing at City S's International Airport, but the plane lost power at around 2,000 meters in the air, lost the opportunity to land, and crashed into City K. Lu Haotian gulped and squeezed the words out. What was the cause of the crash? It was suspected to be a direct strike by a rocket. Rocket? Could it be Country F? It's currently undetermined, but Country F is highly suspicious. Based on the location where the flight deviated away from the intended flight path and height, only Country F has the capability to strike that plane. And based on the recent tension between Xian and Country F, they did have the motive to do this, although I don't think they would be foolish enough to do this. The exact cause of this incident still has to be determined by the information in the black box. I don't care about the black box. What about the people on the plane? Lu Haotian interrupted. Jiang Chen and the Lu family had a cooperation agreement. If anything happened to Jiang Chen, Lu family's interests would be affected. Based on the information provided by Country F, due to the height and speed of the crash, the chance of survival is extremely slim. Lu Haotian hung up the phone and collapsed on the bed. His hand holding the phone couldn't stop trembling. This wasn't good. Hua and F's diplomatic relationship hadn't been the best, it would be difficult to confirm Jiang Chen's safety. Although he was only working in the concierge department to get some experience, he had been working diligently. If he remembered correctly, the city of Cajun was on MLL Island, and that place seemed to be in the middle of a civil war. Wait, Moro. Lu Haotian's eyes lit up. He immediately slid open his screen and called the Xin embassy. The flame lit up the night sky like a meteor that broke through the night. It disrupted the sweet dreams of every City K resident. The explosion was clearly visible even several kilometers out, which made people think it was the bombardment by guerrillas. At the last moment, the captain still couldn't restart the stalled engine. The plane was forced to make a hard landing in the middle of City K. The head of the plane came into intimate contact at a 30-degree angle with the road. Metal shards and concrete debris were instantly created and exploded. The airplane slid on the road at a horrifying speed, and the cars on the street were shredded in the air force generated by the wings of the airplane. Like a sharp blade, they sliced into the buildings on two sides. After shredding through two walls, the two wings finally clipped off. The body of the plane was dismembered into several pieces, and the head of the plane began to drift away. People screamed, cried, and fled to avoid the flying shards in addition to searching for their family among the shambles. Like a pierced bloody bag, flowing blood, along with jet fuel, left a trail of blood and fire on the destroyed road. It was like hell. When the tragedy occurred, the pain of the victims would only last an instant, but the pain of the living would last forever. Both spiritually or physically. The vest held by little Chow had long been shredded to pieces when the plane crashed along with him. The remains were blown outside the plane by turbulent airflows. Countless plastic balls smashed and splattered on the street. The second the colorless liquid came into contact with air, it turned dark green and vanished at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the scene of the crash, in the middle of the shambles, a man used his bloody hands to dig through the debris and hugged his wife on her last breath in agony. "Leah, wake up, you'll be okay. I'll take you to an ambulance." "Hold on," but suddenly, his expression froze. The woman in his arms bit into his shoulder. Her teeth pierced his flesh, her bloodshot pupils had no life in them at all and cast a horrifying hollowness. The man forgot how to speak until an entire piece of flesh was ripped off by the person in his arms. "Aich!" The horrific scream echoed throughout the street. The man subconsciously wanted to throw away the love of his life, but her nails stained red either by blood or nail polish were already deeply embedded in his back. The woman entangled herself around him like an octopus, suppressed him, and chewed on his flesh without sanity. The man's clenched fists gradually loosened and his screams of agony stopped along with his breath. Seeing that her prey was no longer moving, the woman stood up while shaking. Her lifeless pupils began to search for her next target. The man being preyed down gradually stood up from the ground. His pupils also cast the same daunting hollowness. Ladisiv carried an assault rifle covered in camouflage. His eyes watched for any danger that could dart out from the darkness. When he saw this bloody moment, he couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows, even as a war-tested veteran. "This is absolute hell. I agree with your perspective." Giles, who was walking beside him, lifted the assault rifle on his arm with a casual expression. Dressed in urban camouflage uniforms, 15 militants with an unknown identity walked onto the empty street. The guerrillas used the disruption of the plane crash to launch a full-scale attack on Cajun. The sound of destruction in the distance covered the agony on the street. Fire began to spread out from a corner of the city, but there were no firefighters or paramedics to be seen. All fire trucks and ambulances had been acquired by the government, some durable personal SUVs were even confiscated by the army and attached with machine guns. It was the last harbor of the Country F government on MLL Island. If they lost it, that would mean the fire of civil war would spread over the sea to the prosperous City S. To protect the prosperity of this place, the 13th Infantry Division was stationed here and swore to all the people of Country F that they would do their duty, even if they were down to the last soldier. With a fall like this, would that person still be alive? Lassiter glanced at the airplane seat burned to the ground. In theory, no, but no one can determine if that person had any other trump cards. It's better to take a look. Also, did you eat that pill? Giles asked nonchalantly. It was mint-flavored, Latisif said. Giles took a second to process before he started to laugh. That's right, mint-flavored. If I may ask, what if someone didn't eat that pill? That would be problematic. Giles sighed, suddenly engaged in firing mode. He aimed at the civilian tumbling toward them. You would become like them. He simultaneously pressed the trigger at the blank face. Chapter 569 Resident Evil. Damage percentage, 65%, draining nutrient fluid. 500 meters from the spot where the plane crashed, a metal coffin stood tall among the debris. After 5 minutes of silence, a faint electric static noise began to buzz and the hatch door to the hibernation chamber began to open, followed by the sound of gas leaking. Ahem. Puke. Jiang Chen tumbled out from the hibernation chamber while one of his arms pressed against the half-destroyed wall. He dry puked on the ground. Before the plane crashed, Jiang Chen, who realized the impending doom, immediately walked into the lavatory. After he locked the door, he took out the virtual reality hibernation chamber stored in the storage dimension. While it should have technically been connected to the virtual reality network, due to the quality standards of PAC, it could also be used as a temporary shelter. When nutrient fluid filled the inside of the hibernation chamber, its potential to allow the user to survive a crash was better than power armor. He used GPS to confirm that the plane would land in the city. Then Jiang Chen installed a timed bomb on the wall of the lavatory before stepping into the hibernation chamber. The second he entered the hibernation chamber, the bomb blew open the wall of the plane and the turbulent airflow took the entire hibernation chamber out of the body of the plane. But what Jiang Chen didn't think about was the user experience of the hard landing. He didn't realize it would be so painful. Although the function of the hibernation chamber included shock resistance and flotation, a drop from 100 meters up was not considered in the design. Jiang Chen rested for a while, leaning against the wall. After a deep breath, he stood up and began to observe the environment around him. The half-collapsed buildings didn't look like the aftermath of the plane crash but more like damage from missiles and shells. Taken into consideration with the yellow lines in the surrounding area and the situation around MLL Island, this should be the hotspot between the government forces and the guerrillas. Fires sparked in the distance. Judging by the body of the plane severed into several pieces, the passengers inside probably didn't make it. Then, I'll have to make contact with the guerrillas to leave the territory. But as the only survivor, it's going to be quite problematic. Jiang Chen let out a sigh, put the hibernation chamber back into the storage dimension, crossed an exposed reinforced steel beam, and walked onto the street. For some reason, the street was terrifyingly silent. In the unusual quietness, Jiang Chen sensed something was abnormal. There's no ambulance even after an event this serious. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, took out his phone, and called Aisha's number. The user you have dialed is not in service or has turned off their phone. Jiang Chen hung up and glanced at the top left corner of the phone. No signal. Normal cell phone calls were transmitted through the signal base station and signal cable. For international long-distance calls, a submarine cable would be added to the process. Only a dedicated satellite phone, such as the American Iridium phone, could make a phone call via satellite. If a phone call couldn't be made, there could only be two reasons. Either the plane destroyed the antenna to all the signal base stations or F voluntarily shut down all the signal base stations in the city K. The former was obviously impossible, so the latter was the only possibility. Shut down the signal base station. But why? Jiang Chen put away his phone and began to contemplate. If a phone call couldn't be made because of an accident, that would be understandable. But what if F shut down all the signal base stations? That was worth pondering. Blockading communication after the air disaster, did they not want to rescue the passengers? Or did something happen here that forced them to hide the truth? The sound of mortar firing constantly reverberated in the distance. It was evident that a battle was ongoing outside the city. With the noise in the far background, the silence on the street appeared particularly peculiar. It felt like this place wasn't a city but a grave. Aw! Go away! *T. A scream abruptly echoed in the street, disrupting the silence of the graveyard. The smell of blood drifted along with the sound of agony. Blurry figures wavered in the haziness of the flames. Jiang Chen gulped, put his hands into his pockets, and took out a pistol from the storage dimension. He didn't do it because he thought he would really use it, but rather, the metallic feeling of the pistol gave him a sense of security. The people looked slow and dumb. Their eyes were covered in blood, and even 10 meters away, they were clearly visible under the light of the streetlights. Suddenly, a terrifying thought surfaced in Jiang Chen's mind. Could it be, that's impossible? Although he was thinking, Jiang Chen still subconsciously took out his pistol and aimed at the civilian tumbling toward him. Stop! Without any reaction, when the civilian heard Jiang Chen's voice, he sped up and bared his teeth stained red. Without any need for clarification, only the dead were unafraid of weapons. Bang! The sound of the pistol broke the silence on the street. With a bloody hole in his forehead, the zombie with a blank look collapsed onto the ground. What actually happened? *K. Jiang Chen lowered his gun while cursing. He walked to the zombie and used a dagger to cut open the back of its neck. Different from the zombies in the apocalypse, there was no sign of infection from the X1 virus, nor was there a grain-sized crystal. By the looks of it, the infection mechanism was different. Jiang Chen felt somewhat relieved by this result. Deep roars came from two ends of the street. Jiang Chen looked up and the zombies began to surround him. Inside the buildings along the street, terrifying faces were pressed against the glass windows, smudging blood all over the surface. Is this because of the gunshot? Jiang Chen looked at the pistol he was holding. He muttered to himself, whatever, I'll retreat for now. Then he put away his weapon and commenced traveling. A cold gust of wind blew by, carrying along a few plastic bags. Jiang Chen was in the same position with his left hand raised and his eyebrows awkwardly jumped. It was unsuccessful. What's going on? The windows on the nearby apartment building shattered. A person covered in blood fell onto the street along with some glass shards. Falling from a height of 3 stories, any normal person would have been crippled, but this person didn't look affected at all as he climbed up from the ground while aiming his bloodthirsty pupils towards the only living creature on the street, Jiang Chen. With his hairs raised, Jiang Chen gave up on commencing interdimensional travel and he immediately took out his Reaper assault rifle. The zombies crashed down onto the street like dumplings entering boiling water and swarmed toward him. His blazing rifle shredded the zombies nearby. With one hand holding the gun while the other wielded his laser sword, Jiang Chen slashed a zombie leaping toward him and cut his ugly face in half. *K. What's going on? This isn't the apocalypse. He kicked away another zombie and changed the mode of the laser sword. He threw out a propelling laser blade. At the same time, he threw the laser sword back into the storage dimension, instantly taking out a new clip and replacing the emptied one. Flesh and bullets flew in the air. He made a path through the swarming zombies and ran to the tallest apartment building nearby. Along the way, he used his one hand to reach for a pickup truck and put it in the storage dimension. When he ran into the building, he gunned down a few zombies pursuing him, then he moved the pickup truck to block the entrance of the apartment building. The storage dimension was functional. The zombies flooded towards him and compressed the pickup truck against the door. The massive force made the steel surface let out a painful whine, unable to withstand the massive pressure. But regardless of how hard they pushed, they couldn't enter the building. With short breaths, Jiang Chen leaned at the entrance of the apartment building and lowered the rifle in his hand. After a moment of rest, he grinned at the zombies outside the apartment and raised his left hand. He stared at the engraving with the energy clearly full, and his eyebrows furrowed. The confusion lingered in his mind. Why can't I use this? Marching on the empty street, the 15-member team with rifles in hand fired continuously, killing the zombies on the street. The rifles they possessed were installed with silencers and the bullets only made short and low sounds. The zombies didn't even fully comprehend the situation before being gunned down. The scattered civilians who thought they were the army waved their hands in search of help. But the civilians clearly didn't realize that their uniforms didn't belong to any country and the badges on their shoulders didn't distinguish their identity at all. Zombies and civilians were all part of their kill list. People who don't take the hint will get affected. Ladyshev killed a civilian with his hands raised while running at him. He asked Giles with a cold-blooded voice. Not all people will get infected. It's just like the Black Plague, while the mortality rate is extremely high, there will always be a few graced by lady luck who are immune to this, Giles said nonchalantly. What's the range of influence of this? Ladyshev asked. Only 2.5 L to create another dead city in this world, Giles said in a pleasant tone. Ladyshev glanced at Giles before moving his back into the crosshairs again. Then it's a deadly thing. Just 2.5 L of the poisonous liquid costs $250 million. Although it can spread rapidly, the virus's ability to survive outside the body is extremely weak, normal ultraviolet can kill it. Therefore, this thing can only spread at night to launch the first wave of infection. Thus, this is a half-finished product. Giles grinned. Although it was just a half-finished product, its impact was devastating. In just 1 hour, it made thousands of people turn into zombies. Even people who were immune to the first round of infection would become zombies after being bitten through the more infectious method of direct contact. Ladyshev didn't say anything more and trained his attention to the mission at hand. Just then, they heard a faint gunshot in the distance. Did you hear that? Giles stopped. I heard it, it sounded like a gunshot. Ladyshev signaled the team to stop. With his eyes narrowed, watching the flames in the distance, Giles gently said, there are two possibilities. One is that the country government forces already discovered the situation here, and the other possibility is that it was Jiang Chen who fired the gun. Jiang Chen? That's impossible. Even though he's a person of influence, it would have been impractical for him to bring a gun onto the plane. Ladyshev disagreed. He didn't need to bring it onto the plane. If it's him, it's not hard to make a gun appear out of thin air, so don't be caught off guard. Giles smiled mysteriously and continued, you know, we are fighting against a god. Bullsh*T, Ladyshev responded coldly. Giles shrugged and continued to raise his rifle. I know you don't believe it. Whatever, regardless of what I say, let's get to the black box first. Within 3 days, he won't be able to escape. Once we obtain the black box, we'll have plenty of time to play with him. Giles spoke mysteriously as he walked in front of the squad and signaled Ladyshev to follow him. Jiang Chen took out the kinetic skeleton from the storage dimension and equipped it, then rechecked the equipment on his body. The power armor created too big of a target and was previously exposed on Koro Island, so it wasn't suitable to be used here. If it was spotted in City K, it would be hard for people not to think about the possibilities. For example, could this Resident Evil event be related to Xian? Or why did the power armor coincidentally appear in City K the same time the infection broke out? On the contrary, the kinetic skeleton, which could be worn inside his clothes, was less conspicuous. The kinetic skeleton was more than enough against typical zombies. Jiang Chen did mind Tanaka pointing out his trump card. But considering the Harmony's perspective, they shouldn't allow other people like Jiang Chen to engage in interdimensional travel at the end of the 22nd century. If other people knew about his abilities, it would be hard to determine the final outcome. Even if Jiang Chen said he came from the future, the media would think it was a joke. Just like if Jiang Chen told the media that an alien colonization ship was on its way, no one would believe him either. The fortunate thing was that Jiang Chen could confirm he possessed something that made others afraid. And it could be the breakthrough to take down natural selection. But the problem then became, what is the breakthrough point? Jiang Chen carefully arrived on the 12th floor and opened the metal door to the roof. With the cold wind blowing in his face, he walked to the edge of the building and narrowed his eyes. The entire city was dead. The cold river divided the city into two worlds, the west side was bright and lively while the east side was completely dark. In the distance, signs of government forces fighting against the guerrillas could be seen. Without confirming the cause of the plane crash, he didn't plan on contacting the government forces controlling the city K. Although the suspect that took down the plane was Tanaka, who was already dead, the only country with the ability to take down a plane at 10,000 meters in the sky was Country F. Considering his unfriendly relationship with Country F, Jiang Chen had enough reason to suspect a connection between Tanaka and Country F. Thanks to the darkness and war, there were few pedestrians on the street. After the unknown virus spread, there weren't a lot of zombies wandering on the street. But even then, with a population of over 100,000, it made the city particularly dangerous. Explosions could be heard continuously in the distance. The city west of the river began to lose power simultaneously. Did the people who were fighting realize the soil they were fighting over was already a grave? Where did the virus begin to spread? With this question in mind, Jiang Chen took out his binoculars and began to search for this street. Then, his gaze stopped on the crashed plane. Could it be the source was on the plane? His pupils contracted slightly. There were two groups of people who appeared in his field of vision. A group of people were in F uniforms, wore anti-poison masks, they looked like the local forces. They were stained with blood and a helicopter hovered nearby. They seemed to have diverging opinions regarding if they should shoot civilians in this chaos. Finally, their captain seemed to have made up their minds for them. He raised his gun to shoot the rioter on the street before leading the team to the wreckage of the plane. Another group of people in city camouflage weren't equipped with anti-poison equipment at all, they didn't have any badges that identified them either. Just from their equipment, Jiang Chen couldn't recognize their origin. But he was certain that they were neither F government forces nor the guerrillas. Because the weapons of the guerrillas were provided by him. Compared to the hesitant government forces, this group was much more decisive. They seemed to know that the people who lost sanity were zombies. They shot any zombies who approached them without any doubt. The government forces noticed these uninvited guests. While they raised their rifles with caution, they also shouted out to them first. But the reaction of the second group of people was still decisive. As if the government forces were zombies, they began firing.